Members, the committee is resumed on the Appropriation 2024-25 Confirmation and Validation Bill. There's a little bit of noise just to my right. Mr. Luxon, thank you. This is the debate on the financial position of the government and the annual reviews of departments, offices of Parliament, Crown entities, public organisations and state enterprises as reported by select committees. There are 40 minutes remaining in this debate. The remaining time for each party are as follows. New Zealand National has 15 minutes, New Zealand Labour has 15 minutes, Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand has 8 minutes, ACT New Zealand has 20 minutes, New Zealand First has no time remaining, Te Pāti Māori has 6 minutes. The Minister for Pacific People is now available to respond to members' questions. Once again, the question is that the report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the annual financial statements of the government for the 2024-25 financial year be noted. And I give the first call to Joseph Mooney, who's the Chairperson of Social Services and Community Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And talofa malo e lele ki orana. Welcome. It's great to rise as the Chairperson of the Social Services and Community Select Committee to make some brief comments on our report to the House, Madam Speaker, on our annual review for the Ministry of Pacific Peoples for 2024-2025. In 2024-2025, the Ministry's total revenue and expenditure were essentially balanced, with revenue of $29.29 million and expenditure only $5,000 less. The Ministry reported that changes to its personnel costs were mainly due to vacancies not being filled and ongoing reductions in overall staff to meet government savings expectation. The Auditor rated the Ministry's financial information and supporting system and controls as good, with some improvements recommended. They did note that the Ministry's management control environment and its performance, information supporting systems and controls did need improvement, and recommended that major improvements be made at the earliest reasonable opportunity. We did look at unemployment and economic development, and did note that the unemployment rate for Pacific Peoples was 10.9% compared to an average rate of 5.2% across the entire population. The Ministry told us that it continues to work closely with other agencies that have direct responsibility for areas that support specific peoples in areas of unemployment and economic development. We heard that the savings that it had made were mostly in back office functions and not in those crucial forward-facing roles. It said that it invests $10 million towards economic growth each year through initiatives such as the Pacific Business Village, Taola Business Fund and Pacific Business Trust. One of the Ministry's priorities in delivering for Pacific Community Strategies 2025-2028 is a strengthened focus on data equity, and the Ministry works with other government agencies in relation to Pacific data, advising what data is available, the quality of the data, and any related issues. And I note, Madam Speaker, that is crucial for ensuring that the right information is in front of decision makers. We did look through other things, including artificial intelligence, Pacific diaspora, performance measures, staffing and underspending, and those are available to the members of the public who wish to look at it. So with that, Madam Speaker, I recommend our report to the House.
Chair. Tiano Tuionu.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker, and hongi mania to everybody. Warm Pacific greetings to the House, even though it's cold outside. Madam Speaker, let me start my questions with a bit of context around how many Pacific peoples, myself included, view the role of the Ministry of Pacific Peoples, in particular Pacific peoples here within Aotearoa, New Zealand, and around the Pacific. The Pacific is the front yard and the backyard of Aotearoa, New Zealand. You don't go anywhere unless you fly over one of our Pacific Island nations and relatives. So that's really important. We have a treaty of friendship with Samoa. It's the only treaty of friendship that we have, a very, very important relationship. We have countries which are actually part of the New Zealand realm, the Cook Islands, Niue and Tokelau, along with the Ross Shelf down in Antarctica. So it points to a very different type of relationship. And we also have growing Pacific populations here within Aotearoa as well. There are more Cook Islanders here, more Niueans here, Chair, I think now there are more Tongans here within Aotearoa New Zealand, but I'll let the Honourable Jenny Salesa confirm that or deny that in terms of our Tongan population. But it does point to actually the importance of a place of such as the Ministry for Pacific Peoples. Because when people come and go across from the Pacific, it's just families connecting with families. The border is just this thing that we have to pass through in order to make those connections. And so that is the difference between this ministry and the others, because we actually need we need something here within Aotearoa New Zealand to make sure that we can recognise that aspect, which is very different and unique to other ethnicities, in my opinion. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, as a part of the review, we did cover a number of aspects, and I did want to see where the Minister has landed with these, given that he's only been in the role for 5 minutes, but he's probably been very diligently going through all the different bits and papers and talking with his officials. One of the issues that came up was around the potential merger of the Ministry of Pacific Peoples, noting that wasn't going to happen. The Prime Minister himself did say that wasn't going to happen, but I do want to know whether that's in the plans. It was something that has been considered. There was considerable media about it, and a lot of angst and anxiety within Pacific communities themselves. So I want to know whether that at all is on the work program, and if so, why? And if not, why not? So that's a question I want the Minister to address, and if he could, if he agrees with the context in which I laid out as well, to give us those answers within that context. In that report as well, we did talk about employment figures, unemployment figures as well, and that was touched on by Joseph Mooney in his address. And so I want to know what is the Minister planning on doing about Pacific unemployment? It is sharply rising. Our people are being impacted. So what is the plan there? What didn't work in the year that we have been reviewing, in the Minister's opinion, and what will the Minister do to make sure that those unemployment issues, those unemployment figures are being resolved? What are the plans that are in place? So those are my initial questions, Madam Chair.
Honourable Jenny Salesa.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Talawhalawa, malolelei, kia orana, and warm Pacific greetings to you all, and especially to our Minister for Pacific Peoples. Before I go on further with my contribution this morning, Madam Chair, can I just acknowledge the passing of Fata'ali'i Kamisi Sepuloni late last week, and he was laid to rest earlier on this week on Monday. One of our community leaders and a very strong supporter of our party, but especially his daughter, the Right Honourable Carmel Sepuloni. Madam Chair, when a new minister takes up a portfolio like Pacific Peoples, communities, our Pacific communities, we're entitled to ask a very simple question. What are your priorities for Pacific people, Minister? Now, that question matters because priorities determine budgets. Priorities determine staffing, programs, initiatives, and political attention. They reveal whether Pacific peoples are indeed truly valued by the national-led government, or whether Pacific people are being treated as an afterthought. Can I at this time just remind all of us in this House that according to the census figures of 2023, projected forward to this year, there are over 500,000 Pacific people in Aotearoa, New Zealand today. And just following up from my colleague Te Anau Tuiono, there are more Tongans in Aotearoa today. There's about between 110,000 and 112,000 Tongans here now, compared to 104,000 Tongans in Tonga. But in terms of our overall population of this country, 5.5 million, having 500,000 who are from the Pacific is a big and significant number. So this is why the questions we're asking of the Minister today are important. Pacific people face real pressures today, right now. Unemployment figures are high, youth disengagement is also higher today. Cost of living pressures is experienced by everyone in Aotearoa, New Zealand, but more so, we would argue, as Pacific MPs, experienced by Pacific people because we have such low incomes coming into our families. We also experience pressures on health, on education, and we also have concerns about the voice of Pacific people within government. Yes, we have a voice as parliamentarians. There are 6 Pacific MPs right now in Parliament, and can I also just remind everyone, all of the 6 Pacific MPs are on this side of the House. There are no Pacific representation in the government benches right now, which is why it's even more important that we ensure what Te Anau Tuiono spoke about in terms of the voice of Pacific in government agencies remains. Yes, we have some words from the government now that they will continue and not get rid of the Ministry of Pacific People. By the way, a ministry that has been fought and advocated hard for by so many Pacific people over so many years. And so can I just go back to the priorities though? We have looked at what this government have done, particularly to the Ministry of Pacific Peoples. When this government came in, there was a direction that government agencies cut staffing by 6.5 to 7.5. But what did we see happen at the Ministry of Pacific Peoples? It was cut by 40%. 40. What is that about? So my questions to the Minister are, what are your actual priorities, Minister, for Pacific people? What measurable outcomes is the Minister aiming to deliver over the next 12 months? Which Pacific communities and what issues will the Minister prioritise? Would it include youth unemployment, business support, language revitalisation, health, housing, education, anything else possibly the Minister could be thinking of? And how can the Minister and this government claim that Pacific people are a priority if, at the same time they might make that claim, they are cutting programs and institutional capacity within the Ministry of Pacific Peoples to deliver on those priorities? These are not partisan concerns, Madam Chair. These are legitimate questions of leadership we would like to ask the Minister to answer.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Chair, and Talofa, kia ora, maloele, bulavanaka, and warm Pacific greetings to you all and to this House. And thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words. It's, I wanted to just listen to some of the concerns raised by my colleagues on the other side of the House before I started off, and I was asked to focus first on our priorities. And the priorities for this government for Pacifica people are very clear, and the same as our priorities for the whole of New Zealand, which is to have a strong economy that can provide a good standard of living and provide jobs. And that's number one, and we inherited some real challenges a couple of years ago with very high interest rates and high inflation, which was adding to the pressure on households. And so our number one priority has been to reduce that inflation and that those interest rates to help families have more money in their pockets. And then, of course, we're all conscious that we're in a very topsy-turvy global climate, with fuel prices going up, and so what this government has done is put an extra $50 a week into the households who are young working families through the Working for Families system to help people, and that will help many Pacific communities. So number one, we want people to be able to look after themselves and their families in work in a strong economy. Our second focus has been to help to ensure that there is a good quality education system that equips our children. And there, if you live in Auckland like I do, a significant percentage of the kids in our schools, I think 25% comes to mind, are of Pacifica origin. And our future as a country depends in Auckland and or across of those children being equipped to succeed in a modern world. And so the very simple basics of that are encouraging kids to be at school. And again, we inherited a real problem with very low levels of school attendance, particularly for Pacifica kids. I think around 50% are attending regularly. And we've had as a real focus and priority to grow that percentage. And the good news is we've made some progress there, up 5%, one of the fastest areas of growth. Still a terrible situation and a long, long way to go. So that's number one. Thirdly, a good quality health system that provides for the health needs of the Pacific community, and they are substantial. And the Pacifica people across the board have worse outcomes in health, and that is why there is an enormous amount of attention and focus here, and we can go into the details. Housing is another area where this government, again, and I don't want to over-politicise these things, but we've had the other side talking about tough conditions for people. During the previous administration under Jacinda Ardern, in 1 year, house prices went up 30%. In 1 year.
Just want to remind the Minister that we're talking about a specific period in time and anything related to that at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Chair. That's a useful reminder. So that's the broader context. I was asked about the priorities, and I suppose the point is, where does the vote and the Ministry for Pacific Peoples fit in this? Because in no way is the $58 million put aside in the budget for the Ministry of Pacific Peoples the extent of the government's commitment and focus on Pacific peoples. It is one slice of that, and as the Prime Minister has indicated this term, we're not suggesting making changes to those arrangements. But what we have done, and the previous member referred to a reduction in numbers, what we have done is we don't make the assumption that separate programs and separate duplicative programs on particular things run by the Ministry of Pacific Peoples is automatically the best way to get outcomes for Pacifica people. And so in the area of programs for young people who are not in education or school, across government we have many programs of varying effectiveness. And then the previous government set up a separate program within Pacific Peoples to do that again. And Madam Chair, I might just go on a little bit longer if that's all right. Yes. Our approach is actually, well, why do you have a different group doing replicating a program that is across government handled by the Ministry of Social Development? Why would you have two different situations? It's better to have that within the overall government program rather than separated. So that is one reason why we've rejigged things in this government, and I think that makes absolute sense. Overall, of course, across the public sector, we have made reductions in the number of people employed because the previous administration very significantly increased the public service and also very significantly increased our deficit. And it is not sustainable for us as a country to carry on as we were because we were running big deficits, have extremely large debt, and we have to manage things appropriately. In terms of, so just a quick summary of the areas of the Pacific Communities budget. 58 million was what we had in the budget. 40 million of that was for housing and financial capability initiatives, including programs such as our Whare housing supply initiative. There was 6 million for education, employment and skills program, including Tupu Aotearoa and the Toloa scholarships supporting Pacific learners. 6 million for economic development and business support, including services delivered through the Pacific Business Trust, who I'm going to be meeting tomorrow, looking forward to that, enabling Pacifica businesses to scale and create jobs, and 6 million in community, language and leadership initiatives, including Pacific languages and community programs. And again, yes, we have that allocation through the Pacific peoples, but wearing another one of my hats, for example, arts and culture, there's a very significant investment in Pacific music and arts and culture through Creative New Zealand and many other places. I remember handing an award to Diggy Dupé, a great Pacific artist in Auckland at an award ceremony a year or so ago. So right across government, there's an enormous amount of investment to encourage and support the Pacific community. Why? Because, as has been outlined before, a very significant part of our demography, 500,000 New Zealanders. We want them to do well. The Pacific communities bring so much to the complexity and the variety and the diversity of our communities, our workforce, our creative sector, every element of our life. And our basic priority as a government is we want all of those people, as well as all New Zealanders, to do well, to fundamentally be able to look after themselves and their family, to have the opportunity to contribute in meaningful work, and also to be able to contribute to our community and to do well. So that's by way of introduction. Happy to answer further questions.
Tangi Aotearoa.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, and warm Pacific greetings to the Minister and other members of the whare. Actually, it reminds me, when we often hear the warm Pacific greeting salutation, reminds me of Luamanuvau Dame Winnie Laban, because when she was Minister for Pacific Peoples, she kind of started that phrase as part of her patter of rolling out the salutation. So it's great that the Minister and others have continued in that particular vein. Madam Chair, that the Minister has just responded on a few things that I want to put some questions to him. He talks about the country currently, the government having a strong economy. I think the experience of Pacific communities all around Aotearoa New Zealand would beg to differ with you, Minister, that the economic state that they are experiencing in this country that you and your government are leading at the moment is far from strong when they have to make decisions on a daily basis. Things are going in the opposite direction. Unemployment, Pacific unemployment, is extremely high, and I have a number of questions that I intend to ask the Minister around that. The Minister has talked about the government's commitment to focus on Pacific peoples. My question to the Minister is how many Pacific families have benefited from his government's announcement of $250 a fortnight? Just one Pacific family would be good, because that would make a huge difference. So, Minister, you're talking about government's focus. Excellent. You've got this $250 a fortnight. That would be welcomed by many families, particularly Pacific families. So just one would be quite helpful to hear from him. The Minister has also talked about Auckland and the large number of Pacific or the large Pacific population in Auckland. That's true. There are other Pacific communities all around New Zealand, including in my community of Palmerston North. He's talked about a good health system for our Pacific communities. My question to you, Minister, is how can that be the case when we look at communities like Palmerston North, where our Pacific communities are finding it really difficult to get a colonoscopy because the wait times are extremely high and inadequate, where the gastro department is basically on shutdown, where the ED department in our region has the worst stats in terms of waiting time for any ED department in the country, where a mental health facility that was invested in by the previous government took quite some time to open. How are these decisions and these circumstances making a real difference for Pacific communities all around the country? And I won't go into housing about selling off all the land. How can Pacific communities be housed if all the homes that were proposed to be built have been cancelled? All the land is up for sale, that barren land that many people see around the place. So those questions in response to the Minister. Pacific unemployment. Now, we are experiencing in this country the highest levels of unemployment in a decade. So when the Minister says that this is a strong economy and that this is government that is focused on delivering for the needs for Pacific communities, how can he defend the fact that Pacific unemployment rates in New Zealand are the highest that they have been in many a year? So why has the government, Minister, failed to arrest that trend over recent quarters? Despite the clear evidence of what is, I guess, severe regional disparity in terms of unemployment as well, Pacific unemployment, The government seems to continue to rely on fairly generic employment programs. So what is the Minister doing? What has he done? I appreciate he's new to this role, but what is the government doing to focus on region-specific, Pacific-led initiatives to arrest the trend in terms of high unemployment that the Pacific community are facing at the moment? And that, I think, is in the context of the fact that disproportionately the impact on Pacific communities is, if we look at the figures, a lot of those job losses have historically been in service sectors, in construction, in manufacturing, where huge numbers of our Pacific community rely on those sectors for employment opportunities. And so what is the Minister doing to alleviate that concern? Because the trend is looking, well, it's terrible at the moment. And it's continuing to look pretty negative as well. So those are just some questions around unemployment. Final one, obviously, is youth unemployment. You know, that is a real concern for Pacific communities, and while Pacific young people continue to experience what are unacceptably high levels of unemployment, which run the risk of long-term disengagement, what is his government doing to arrest this clear state of inaction?
Thank you,
Just a reminder that the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand's got 4 minutes and
I've got 4 minutes.
4 minutes, 47.
I'll use those 4 minutes wisely, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, one of the things that we did talk about that I do want to acknowledge was the fact that there is 500,000 of us here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, but those 500,000 are connected to the wider Pacific, and I think that's really important to remember that context, and the context that the Ministry of Pacific Peoples plays in helping the government to navigate its way around cultural issues, community issues as well, is incredibly important. And I do want to acknowledge the work that the officials did on my member's bill, the restoration of Samoan citizenship bill that went through the House through third reading and actually got the full support of the House, and acknowledging that we've actually got 3 members in the House who helped to move that through, Cameron Brewer, Tom Rutherford and Jenny Slessor, who all worked very, very hard on that. The role that the Ministry for Pacific Peoples played in that, and I would like the Minister's reflections on that, was helping to provide that cultural capacity, helping to provide that the ability to help to inform the government how to navigate those issues. Because as a Pacific person that was born here, and part of the Cook Island community, has spent a lifetime going to Samoan events, I'm actually not Samoan. So having expertise in the Ministry of Pacific Peoples is important to help to inform the government, and of course in this case the Parliament, on how to best to navigate those issues, something that they did successfully. And so my question to the Minister for Pacific Peoples is, what is he doing about making sure that that capacity, that capability is bedded into the Ministry for Pacific Peoples? And I do hear the comments around, well, actually we can outsource it. Well, I don't know about that. I think some things need to be foundational. Some things need to be part of the core, part of how the ministry functions. So that's one question that I would like the Minister to elaborate on. Also, some reflections from the Minister on the Restoration of Samoan Citizenship Act as well. What is he aware of? We did talk about this briefly within the review in our annual review. So is he aware of the number of submissions that have come through, how many people have been supported, how many families have been supported as well? I think that would help to lighten the House and indeed the public, that actually this House can actually get some stuff done and can work together. And so my question here is around that cultural capacity, around that skill set capacity, which I think needs to be bedded in within the Ministry for Pacific Peoples. What is he doing to make sure that that is there? It is something that's incredibly important, being able to offer advice to other government departments who also have to navigate issues with Pacific peoples. It is a complex area, and so making sure that that expertise in there is incredibly important. Now, I do want to come back to the issues around unemployment, as others have said. What is the Minister planning on doing about it? The numbers are not good. We have more of our people right across Aotearoa, New Zealand, getting on a plane and going to Australia. There is some work that the Ministry for Pacific Peoples has committed to. Given that fact, what is the Minister proposing to do? What is the Minister proposing to do within this particular space as well? So, thank you.
Thank you,
Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Chair, and I did note that the warm Pacific greetings I had from the other side were followed by some fairly chilly comments pretty soon after. Yes, and I would, yes, of course. It's blindingly obvious that we have relatively high levels of Pacifica unemployment at the moment, which is something that everybody in this government is focused on reducing. Because we've had one of the deepest recession for New Zealand since the early 90s. And as I'm sure all Pacifica people, like all New Zealanders, recognise, that there are big long lags in the economy following events, and the big event that we had was an over-stimulus during COVID, leading to high inflation, leading to high interest rates, leading to a recession. And New Zealand is suffering the consequences for those decisions. And how do we deal with it? It's not a little particular program that's going to fix it. What fixes unemployment is economic growth. And how do you get economic growth? Well, you get economic growth fundamentally from investment. Somebody somewhere deciding they're going to put some money into a new business, start something new, hire some new people, buy a new plant and equipment, grow something so as to create jobs and wealth and opportunity. And how do you get that investment? Well, some very practical things like what this government did, which was change the tax laws so that businesses can expense those investment in new plant and equipment straight off, get the tax relief. Those are the simple things. Bringing in investment from overseas, having a predictable tax system where people feel confident to invest. Some of those basics are what this government is doing, and over time that'll grow the economy. But there were some comments made about the health system, and what I just want to give a couple of stats which deal with, show you the difference between talk and an approach that thinks success is based on what you spend rather than what you get out the other end. And that is around immunisation rates. So when National last left office in 2017, 95.2% of Pacifica children were fully immunised at 24 months of age. 95.2%. When Labor left office 6 years later, that had collapsed to 75%. So a whole 20% drop in 6 years, below herd immunity, below the levels of effectiveness that we needed to deal with diseases such as measles and a host of other diseases that cause real problems for health. So if you can talk about health, you can talk about spending more money on health and more money on Pacifica programs, but if the actual outcomes of what you achieve over 6 years was a catastrophic drop in immunisation rates, I think that's a problem. So we're in the next, so what have we managed to do in 2 years? We've lifted it from 75% to 82.6%. So we're reversing the problem, but it's not something that you can fix overnight. So when we talk about fixing the basics and building the future in this country, one of the basics in health for Pacifica people and for all New Zealanders is getting that immunisation rate back up. And when you take your eye off the ball and focus only on these are the programs I'm going to do, this is the money I'm going to spend, but don't focus on actually achieving things, then everybody suffers. So I'm very proud of the progress that we're making so far. There's still a lot more work to do.
Honourable Jenny Salisa, so just noting that there's only 6 minutes left of the debate and the member has enough time, but the Minister's got a few seconds left at the end that we'll allow to answer unless act as generous and gives the Minister just a fraction of the time at the end. So, where you go.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and Mālua lau Mālia, Minister and everyone in the House of Parliament. So the Minister's just been talking about basic facts and statistics. So I'd like to begin with some statistics.
Yes.
So the number of additional Pacific people who are now unemployed since this national-led government came into office in December of 2023 is 13,000 people. The number of additional Pacific unemployed in Auckland, where the majority of Pacific people live, since the national-led government came into office is 5,300. And when we talk about basic things that are important to people, one of those things that are most important, not just to Pacific people, but to, I suspect, everyone in Aotearoa, New Zealand, is work, is employment. And that is where I want to pick up this contribution. Because, Madam Chair, I want to talk about a program that we know works, and this is a program that is still there at the Ministerial Pacific Peoples, but it has been really scaled back. It's been cut a lot, which is the Tupu Aotearoa program. So the main question for the Minister is, why cut a program like that, which was effective? The evidence shows that it works, and it assisted Pacific people actually to get employed. Because for our Pacific people, especially our Pacific young people, employment support is not something that is a one-size-fits-all. And what this Tupu Aotearoa program did, it was developed by Pacific people, for Pacific people, but actually with consulting with young people, consulting with leaders in community, consulting with employers, and making sure that it is a program that works on the ground. It also consulted with our families, our churches, and they found out what are the actual barriers for Pacific people and how could we ensure that we address those barriers so that our Pacific people can find a job and actually retain that job. This is why the program Tupu Aotearoa matters, because it was built by Pacific, it was culturally grounded, and it provided comprehensive wraparound services around our Pacific people. And it is not just a theory. This is an initiative that Ministry of Pacific Peoples implemented, and we know it works. In fact, I read somewhere that they were able to place around about 1,300 people into jobs. And we heard the Minister in his contribution before saying something along the lines of separate programs that are run in certain and different ways are not as effective. And the programs that this government is now investing in is what is effective or best for Pacific. But I ask the Minister, is it really? Is cutting, and this is one of my questions, because we know from the annual reviews that $22 million was cut from the Tupu Aotearoa program.
2 minutes of the debate left.
My question, Minister, is was that 22 million cut from Tupu Aotearoa program, was it returned to the centre and invested in new employment programs for Pacific? Or was it returned to the centre and invested for everyone? Particularly important because, this question is particularly important because Pacific have the highest unemployment rate in the country, 12%. So if indeed we are focused on ensuring that people actually find a job, get a job, retain a job, this is an important question. And the other question, Minister, is why cut an initiative that was actually working? Can the Minister tell us what are the reasons and justifications for cutting this program? Was there an impact assessment done? Was there any evidence that the program was failing? Were providers consulted before the funding was cut? Were Pacific communities consulted before the decision was made to cut this initiative? We argue from this side of the House that cutting programs like this that was effective is not strategic, it is not efficient, it is certainly not consistent with the claim that the government is actually ensuring that they look out for Pacific people.
Of course, the member was preferred to use all the time to speak rather than to listen. She was on broadcast rather than receive, and that's fine. I've got 30 seconds left, and I will just make the point. I would just make the point that a little bit of accountability and responsibility would be nice to hear from that member and that government, because the reason why there has been an increase in Pacifica unemployment is purely and squarely at the hands of the previous administration that overcooked the stimulus, leading to inflation, leading to higher interest rates, leading to a recession in this country. And if they can't accept that, then I really think they've got a lot to learn. And the reference to cuts in Tupu Aotearoa, cutting the program is incorrect. It has been transferred to the Ministry of Social Development. There have been some savings in that process, but the goal of delivering the fundamental programs in the community continues. It's just who's best to manage that, and we think rather than having separate management lines, well, I do need to get on to the next thing. So, Madam Chair, it's been a very useful discussion, but what I would say is we continue through this Pacific People's budget process. Just to remind you, what are the four targets that we're really focused on? One is in health, delivering healthy housing interventions. Second, Pacifica business growth, creating 200 new jobs every year through the particular role of the business trust. Three, it's in housing, collaborating to build affordable homes through the Pacific Building Affordable Homes Fund. And fourthly, in employment and education, the placements such as through Tupu Aotearoa, which is being transferred to MSD, and also through the Taloa scholarships. And the good news is, on all of those fronts, we're making excellent progress.
The time for this debate has expired. The question is that the report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the annual financial statements of the government for 2024-25 financial year will be noted. Those who are of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question now that the reports of the committees on annual reviews be noted. Those who are of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question now is that clauses 1 to 8 and schedules 1 to 3 stand part. Those who are of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes opposed.
At New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Eri mga po te whakahe.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 53. The question is agreed. I will report the Appropriation 2024-25 Confirmation and Validation Bill without amendment.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has further considered the Appropriation 2024-25 Confirmation and Validation Bill and reports it without amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading immediately.
No.
I'm confused. Speaker.
A little bit confused about what...
So I've got a point of order. Point of order, Tracy McClellan.
Sorry, we're just a little bit confused on this side of the House. Maybe we can seek some clarity. The Minister hasn't moved anything.
Clarity on?
The moving of the bill. The Minister hasn't. Okay. We're a little bit unsure about what was happening.
Clearly everyone is.
Right.
We will sort it. A point of order, Tangi Utikiri.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, speaking to the point of order, the House is in extended sitting, and in that circumstance, when effectively the Minister had a requirement to seek a call, in light of the fact that he did not seek a call after what was a significant period of time, the bill should be discharged. It's not a treaty.
So for clarification, the Minister had stood up when I got the point of order, but it's not a government order of the day. It is actually, and I had called that the bill was set for third reading, so it's not like I'm introducing a new order of the day. So we are all good.
Right, well, sorry, I move the Appropriation 2024-25 Confirmation and Validation Bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
The Minister
point
has...
of order, Tangi Utikiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What was the clarity being sought there was there were members calling out this as a treaty bill. Now, it's now very clear that it's not a treaty bill, and it is the Appropriations bill that the Minister was seeking to move. And on that basis, he did not. So I ask you to reflect on the earlier point of order that Dr McClellan had originally raised.
The reality is we have not moved on to another order of the day, government order of the day. We are still in the appropriations. There is no debate on the third reading, so all I need to do is the Minister has moved it. I just need to put the question. So I'm just putting the question, and because there is no debate.
Shall I get to breakfast?
I'll repeat the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
13 votes opposed.
Could the Green Party of Aotearoa please repeat the...
13 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Iri mga poti e whakahi.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 53. The question is agreed to.
Appropriation 2024-25 Confirmation and Validation Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu Claims Settlement Bill, second reading.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I present a legislative statement on the Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu Claims Settlement Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I move that the Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu Claims Settlement Bill be now read a second time. Tihei Moriora. Ki te mana whenua o tēnei rohe, te Aotearoa, tēnā koutou. E nā rau rangatira o Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, tēnā koutou. Nei rā te mihi hoki ki ngā wahi o tō koto rohe, ko te aroha monga e mihi ana. Piki mai, kaki mai, ki te upoko o te ika. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to stand and speak here in the House today on the second reading of the Ngāti Urahiri Tumutumu Claims Settlement Bill. I want to acknowledge Ngāti Urahiri Tumutumu and a small representation here today for the second reading debate, nearing the end of their settlement journey after beginning negotiations with the Crown 15 years ago in 2011. A lot has happened since then, Madam Speaker. Some of the claims that will be settled by this bill were registered with the Waitangi Tribunal in 1987, a golden year it was. Madam Speaker, the Māori Affairs Committee has considered the bill from November last year to March this year. There was a great deal of interest in the bill. It received more than 300 submissions, which is quite a large number for a treaty settlement bill. Hearings were held here in Parliament, but also in Te Aotearoa. I understand discussions was expansive and robust. I'd like to acknowledge the contribution of the submitters and the grace demonstrated by Ngāti Tumu Trust during these discussions. The Māori Affairs Committee notes the impact of the unusually long delay between Ngāti Urahiri Tumutumu's ratification of the deed in 2017 and its signing in 2025. That was due in part to litigation about overlapping interests in the Hauraki area and subsequent processes to address the concerns of overlapping iwi. And it has been very much a priority for me as Treaty Negotiations Minister to try and unravel that process and bring a conclusion to it. And so while Ngāti Urahiri Tumutumu addressed overlapping issues relatively quickly, our initial plan was to have a third reading of all 10 Hauraki iwi bills together. That contributed to delay, so we're progressing Hauraki bills as they are ready now. The effect, however, was that there was long periods when the Trust had very little to report to the claimant community, leading to some dissatisfaction. As the committee notes, I'm considering how the impact of the delays can be mitigated, particularly in relation to requirements for trustee elections. I just want to thank the committee for their review of the bill and their efforts to give many submissions their due time and consideration. And I'm satisfied with the committee's recommendations, which included an amendment to clause 31 of the bill sought by the Waikato Regional Council and agreed to by Ngāti Urahiri Tumutumu to enable it to discharge its flood protection responsibilities. Aside from this, there were only minor amendments to resolve technical issues and to correct a reference to Te Aotearoa Monga in the historical account. This redress is reflective of a robust negotiation and many compromises made along the way. And I just want to thank the negotiators and the trustees for what they have achieved and secured for their people. Madam Speaker, we'll obviously have a fuller debate and discussion at the third and final reading, which is set down for next month in association with Ngāti Tara Tokanui and Ngāti Hei Claim Settlement Bill, which will be a very, very special occasion for the Hauraki group. I commend this settlement bill to the House. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
To Honourable Willie Jackson.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to congratulate Māori Affairs Select Committee on the mahi done on this over the last few months. It's Chairman David McLeod who's done a good job, and also congratulate the Minister who needs some congratulations on this, because I did wake up yesterday morning and listen to Radio New Zealand, and a vote of no confidence was put into the Minister about, not from this trust, but from Ruapani, but this is what ministers have to go through. All treaty ministers have a very, very tough road to traverse, Madam Speaker, with treaty settlements. Always they will face division and it's and different views. And so this minister is not exempt, nor was Andrew Little, nor was previous ministers who constantly have to work with hapu within the different iwi, Ngāpuhi being the biggest probably problem that any government will have to deal with. So I just want to congratulate the minister on getting to this position, and mihi to our little ope who's come here i tēnei wā, ngā mihi kia koutou te whānau tau mai nei tēnei wā i whakarangatira te kaupapa, e mōhio au he nui te mahi i ngā tau kua pāhuri, engari kei konei nānei ki te whakanui tēnei kaupapa, e mihi nui kia koutou i tēnei wā. When you look at this type of kaupapa, Madam Speaker, it's interesting to look at some of the kōrero that comes out and some of the aspirations that the groups talk about. And despite the settlement process not being fair in terms of pūtea, in terms of resourcing and funding, still our rōpū come together and come out with great sentiments. And it's appropriate that I read some of those aspirations, Madam Speaker. The ngā Tumutumu Trust, he taonga, he haidinga, he ara whakamua kōrero, talks about a future that includes all of us, a future that reflects the voices, hopes and realities of our whānau, a future that acknowledges our history of landlessness, the forced urbanisation of our people and the impacts of colonisation that took many of us away from our home and away from each other. And during the settlement processes, Madam Speaker, this is always one of the most relevant areas that hapu and that iwi talk about. They talk about being proudly from the respective tribe, being proudly from Ngāti Rahiri, Tumutumu. They talk about being from that tribe, but never actually, Madam Speaker, being brought up within the tribe, never being brought up within the rohe. So when they talk about a settlement, they have to reflect on their reality, and in many times their reality, as I've said, is an urban reality, Madam Speaker, brought up in the city. So when they talk about a future that acknowledges a history of landlessness and forced urbanisation of their people and the impacts of colonisation that took them away from home, those are real realities for Māori who go through this treaty settlement process. So whilst some New Zealanders aren't able to grasp what Māori are talking about, they only have to read these types of statements to understand how Māori have to grapple with the reality of, say, living in Wellington or living in Auckland and never having gone back to what we call their haukainga, but feeling their haukainga, Madam Speaker, feeling their haukainga. I always talked about it for me from a Ngāti Pro sense when we used to go through the settlement process, and we went through the processes in the 90s, and one of the minister will know, a lot of the kōrero at the time was, well, you can't talk about your iwi if you're not in your iwi, if you're not part of your iwi, if you're living in Auckland with some sort of flash lifestyle and you're not participating in iwi events in Ruatoria and whatnot. And the response to that, of course, Madam Speaker, is that most Māori don't live in their rohe. Most Māori can't participate at haukainga level. And one of the problems of the process, we always said, was some of those people at the haukainga were grabbing the positions and not acknowledging the pan-tribal aspect. And there's been a revitalisation of the reo. There's been a renaissance in terms of kaupapa Māori, Madam Speaker. And so these types of settlements go some way to recognising that. And so that's why I like it when I hear that a future that acknowledges our history of landlessness, the forced urbanisation of our people and the impact of colonisation must be acknowledged. And being Māori is not just defined by where you grew up, the colour of your skin, or how long you've been away from the whenua, from the land. You belong because you are all of us. And that's what Māori around the country have to feel, Madam Speaker. That's what a Māori in Porirua has to feel, a Māori in Otara, Māori everywhere. The strategy has to be about how we bring our people together, how they have to all feel Māori, even though they might not have grown up as Māori, not grown up speaking Māori, not grown up in the area, but they know in their hearts that they are Māori, they whakapapa Māori. So that's why the line, being Māori, is not defined by where you grew up, the colour of your skin, or how long you've been away from the whenua. You belong because you are all of us. We are rebuilding our waka, they're saying. We are gathering our paddlers. We are strengthening our direction. And one day, with enough of us paddling together, Ngāti Tumutumu will move beyond the negative impacts of our past and into the prosperous, united future our tipuna dreamed of. He koinga, he huarahi mō tātou katoa. So I want to congratulate the Trust on those type of aspirations, on realising the challenge in terms of what we have to do, in terms of te ao Māori, in terms of rangatahi, in terms of realising that the treaty settlement process, for all its flaws, still is an opportunity to rebuild, to reshape, and to actually take an opportunity in building iwi, and that's where I see this process as being a real opportunity. The redress, of course, is not huge, Madam Speaker. Settlement package including 5.5 million in financial and commercial redress, the return of 17 culturally significant sites and additional measures designed to strengthen Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu's cultural identity and economic base. And the iwi will also benefit from redress provided through the Pare Hauraki Collective Redress Deed, which addresses overlapping interests across Hauraki iwi. So we all know, Madam Speaker, that there's been a bit of a renaissance in the Hauraki. They're finding their way, and this will no doubt help in terms of ensuring a better future for them. The iwi, Madam Speaker, have endured land confiscations, questionable Crown purchasing, extensive mining operations that stripped them of resources and left them virtually landless. And of course, these types of actions devastate them, and in fact set them so far back that you wonder if they could ever recover. But the negotiations and the relationship with the Crown, and particularly in the last few years, and that Crown have been Labour government and national government, have been cordial. And the signing of the deed of settlement represents a signing of some trust and investment in the future. So it's a step forward, without doubt, for the Hauraki iwi, Madam Speaker. The iwi's inclusion in the broader Pare Hauraki Collective Settlement Framework will also, Madam Speaker, strengthen regional collaboration, which is really, which is really important in terms of the tribe's future. So, Madam Speaker, we support this, obviously, and we mihi to everyone who's been involved, and we look forward to a third reading where we're sure all the different whānau and groups will come down and tautoko and celebrate, because these are the types of things that we will celebrate. We're looking forward to that day and the House celebrating and having a great kōrero when the third reading approach. Kia ora, nō tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Steve Abel.
Kia ora koutou, everybody, and particularly Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu in the gallery today. Kia ora. Travelling south from Aotearoa, this magnificent maunga rises out of the landscape. You can also come in from Morrinsville and head east, and Te Aroha maunga is a particularly striking geographical site. It is truly beautiful, the ancestral maunga of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu. one can understand the deep sense of loss that it was for Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu to have this maunga and the magnificent geothermal resources that are part of it quietly stripped away and taken and disrespected, and to have them denied their access to the geothermal waters there, despite promises that that access would be maintained. We got a really strong sense, Madam Chair, as the Māori Affairs Select Committee travelling down there, of how important the recognition of that magnificent natural phenomenon that is the hot water pools there, how important that was for Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu. It was gifted by the iwi in 1878 on the condition that the Crown would allow ongoing rights of access to the springs. But by the earlier 20th century, Māori no longer had free access. And in fact, there was a form of segregation went on there, Madam Chair. We saw the separate small block down the hill where Māori were expected to access the hot springs. It was such a glaring example of a segregationist approach by which Māori were treated in this place. Denied access and denied the mana and respect that they deserved for a thing that Māori had utilised and was part of their story and their ancestral heritage for generations before ever the British arrived here. Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu defended the Waikato from British invasion in 1863 in the Waikato Wars. We know it's Anzac Week. We're approaching Anzac Weekend. We should remember that Māori suffered the greatest losses in the New Zealand Wars. And in fact, more Māori died in the New Zealand Wars than in both the First and the Second World War combined. More Māori died in the New Zealand Wars than served in the First World War, at a time when the population was about 60,000 in the 1860s. And some of the highest casualties occurred in the Waikato. These were New Zealanders defending New Zealand. And it is right that we have changed the legislation around Anzac Day that acknowledges that those New Zealanders who were defending New Zealand from British invasion are now recognised as fully as any others who have served our nation. The consequences of those wars were a completely unjust confiscation, a huge confiscation. 290,000 acres of land in the Tauranga district was confiscated. And then when part of it was returned with individualised title. This is a pattern we see, that land was taken out of collective ownership and then turned into individualised ownership. This is a form of economic colonisation, which had a devastating effect on Māori traditional ownership and land relationships. The economic colonisation of New Zealand is something that we're getting a greater handle on understanding just how devastating that was for iwi Māori and no less so for Waikato Māori. It's notable, given this government's particular passion for mining right now, that one of the desecrations that occurred on Te Aroha Maunga was a gold mine, which created lasting toxic pollution, damaged the tapu land, and has caused ongoing distress to Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu. This legacy of boom and bust economic exploitation invariably leaves the toxic heritage that iwi Māori have to deal with, long after the miners have packed up, taken their profits and disappeared. This is one of the examples of a Crown breach and a Crown failing in regard to this iwi settlement. By the end of the 20th century, less than 3% of the land in the Aotearoa block remained in Māori ownership. And my colleague Willie Jackson has spoken about the impact of the marginalisation and the loss of land, the loss of economy and self-determination that is a consequence of this colonisation. The Crown acknowledges the extent of its failure and its breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi in this settlement. It is but a tiny fragment of the harm and loss that was caused that is being recognised and made amends for by this bill today, Madam Speaker. But it is certainly the hope of this House and this Parliament, as we speak in unanimity on these bills, that it is a positive step in the journey for Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu towards your self-determination as an iwi. I note that one of the changes that we made in the Select Committee process was to the wording around recognising the centrality of the maunga in the settlement. In Clause 8.1, the summary of this historical account has been amended to include maunga following the lands on and surrounding Te Aroha. This change was made to replicate the wording from the historical account in the Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu deed of settlement, which provides more prominence to the maunga than to the township of Te Aroha. It's a very beautiful part of the country, Madam Speaker, and I believe for us to truly celebrate and enjoy the exquisite nation in which we live, we must make amends for the injustices against Māori. Because I cannot, as tangata tiriti, as a descendant of the Europeans who colonised this land, I cannot really deeply enjoy the magnificence of Te Aroha Mountain if I don't have a sense that the original inhabitants and the original kaitiaki caretakers of that maunga have their mana and their tino rangatiratanga recognised and acknowledged and upheld. It is through justice for Māori that we have a sense of well-being for the whole nation, Madam Speaker. We have a sense of the cohesion and the unity of our nation underpinned by a principle that there is justice for everybody. And that is why it is so important that we fulfil our commitment to that founding agreement, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. That is why we support these settlements as the Green Party, though we don't accept the characterisation of them as full and final, because they are part of a relationship that lasts in perpetuity. The importance of that relationship between the Crown and iwi Māori is vital for the thriving of us as a whole country. So we commend this bill to the House and we acknowledge your generosity, Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu, in accepting this offering. Kia ora koutou.
Cameron Luxon.
I rise to speak on behalf of the ACT Party in this Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu second reading, and tēnā koutou to the members who have made it here, and tēnā koe Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu who are listening. I live in the Bay of Plenty, and we have many maunga that we see. We can see all the way to Tarawera, We can see Pūwhenua, Mo'o, most famously, but also when where we reside, we can see Te Aroha when you know how to recognise it. Te Aroha Maunga is being placed in an appropriate amount of prominence in this settlement legislation because of the deep connection that it has to all iwi of the Hauraki area, but also the connections it has over and represents, you could say metaphorically, with the connections into the Bay of Plenty. The historic account recounts the connections that Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu has across the Hauraki and Bay of Plenty, and a lot of the settlement is focused mostly in the Waikato side of the hills there. I have to say, Madam Speaker, I was pleased to see some of the work that the Māori Affairs Select Committee, which I'm not on, has undertaken to make sure that important pieces of infrastructure are not burdened on the new landowners, but also maintained in a way, this is the flood protection, in a way that can give confidence to homeowners, landowners and communities that this is a settlement for everybody, to make sure that, as members have spoken about in previous contributions, that the harms of the past can be recognised, that harms in the future can be avoided, and that we can work on building this nation together. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Jenny Marcroft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First in support of the Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu Claims Settlement Bill, now at its second reading. Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu, tēnā koutou katoa. Ka nui aku mihi mai o haki a koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, and acknowledging a small rōpū here today to be part of the second reading as we progress this bill through to its final conclusion. Hopefully not too far away, because you've taken a mighty long time to get here to this point. This bill, obviously the result of 15 long years of negotiations between the Crown and Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu. And so it's important that we're here today to come in for landing the second reading. The Māori Affairs Select Committee, which is probably one of the most enjoyable committees to be on, because you learn so much about our history and our Māori history and those early years. That select committee does a great job of panel beating any piece of legislation that comes before them, and it's certainly done a good job with a recommendation that all of the amendments that have been put into through the select committee process be passed. In 2023, the census estimated there were around 510 members of the iwi, while small in number, obviously very mighty in mana. 332 submissions came before the Select Committee. When you consider how many members of the iwi, 510, 332 submissions, and the Minister noted that there were robust and expansive discussions held through that Select Committee process. But it's really important, that process, to enable people to have give voice to their concerns, of which there were many. Madam Speaker, this iwi is one of the original iwi with ancient whakapapa in around Te Kapa Moana and the Hauraki Gulf. They've also been recognised in the broader family of the Hauraki Gulf. The 12 iwi of Hauraki, including Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu, are part of the Parea Hauraki Collective in relation to collective redress for those shared interests in the Hauraki region. But this bill speaks to those specific iwi matters. Madam Speaker, much has been spoken about Te Aroha Maunga, and in legislation, words matter. They matter because they will be there for eternity, and the committee noted that there was an omission in the historical account around the reference of Te Aroha Maunga, so the Maunga has been reinserted to ensure that that is the correct place that it should have been, so it matched up with the deed. Madam Speaker, that was a good amendment to make. There were some other amendments around the flood protection assets that are owned by the Waikato Regional Council. Clause 31 has been amended there with some additional sub-clauses put in around the Omahu whenua, which would be vested in the trustees of the Ngāti Tumutumu Trust. The Waikato Regional Council owns and maintains several flood protection assets on and adjacent to the Omahu whenua, so those amendments were necessary to ensure that they can continue to do their work around access management and operational powers relating to that particular thing. But they do support those amendments and Ngāti Rahuri Tumutumu support those amendments, so that is good that has been amended in the Select Committee. Also, there was some differing views which came through the submissions. What is the correct name of the iwi? Should it include Rahiri? Should it not include Rahiri? It's really not for Parliament to make any determinations around those are iwi-specific matters. It is not for parliamentarians to tell people who they are. Madam Speaker, I want to make a short contribution because I think it's important that we move through to the third and final reading as soon as we can. Just noting that the Ngāti Tumutumu Trust have made some statements about where they move to towards their third reading. I'd just like to read from that. They're beginning the important mahi of bringing their whānau together to prepare for the significant milestone, the third and final reading. Their settlement bill, that reading will be a momentous occasion for them, a chance for all the whānau to travel to Pōneke, stand together in their iwi's journey as it reaches that historic point. And on that note, Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge all of those who've worked hard to bring this bill forward, the Select Committee, the Minister, and all of the members of the iwi, and to all those who made an effort to make submissions at the Select Committee. Today, another step's taken as a settlement bill makes its way through the House. I commend it to the House.
Tēnā rā koe te peka.
Hannah Rafferty, Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te peka o tērā tēnā rā tātou e te whare. Tō ia tainui tapatu ki te moana māua i e tō māku e tō. Uea te pai o tōku whare kia tū tangatanga he kapua whakairi nā ku nā runga mai o taupiri taku kiri katoa kia e te anu mātao. E te iwi whitiki ngā tai nguru nei whakarewa whakarongo mai rā. Kua rā ke ahau i te papa o te whenua, kua ki te ahau i ngā whetū e tūtakitahi ana, ko matare ki te kairuri, kua te tahi kei te taumata o te mangaroa, kei te whare, kei ngā tirahiri tumutumu nei rā ka mihi kia koutou, tēnei te reo o whao ngā timahuta, ngā te whawhākia, te toro atu kia koutou i tēnei o koutou kreme kua tae mai ki roto i te whare parimata i tēnei o ngā rangi. Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the time, energy, resources spent by many in this settlement, 15 plus years of this current phase of negotiations. As I've mentioned before in many other settlement readings, I can just imagine the many tears, sweat and blood it has taken for Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu to get to this point. I want to acknowledge how hard the treaty settlement processes can be. It is so exhausting that people die to get settlements across the line. As an uri of Waikato and as of Tainui, our iwi has been 30 years down in the settlement processes, and so we've seen the many stalwarts as Tāteko Tahi Mahuta and the many different ruruhi tupuna who have put their mahi on the line. So I'd just like to acknowledge your tupuna, Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu. While this phase has been long, I want to reiterate the point my colleague Te Anō Tuiono shared in the first reading of this bill, in that Ngāti Rahiri brought to this Parliament the issue of the land alienation in 1877 under the Native Affairs Act. Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, I want to acknowledge your negotiations team. I acknowledge the challenge of keeping your whānau up to date when the processes was delayed, as you worked through to resolve overlapping interests with your wider hauraki whānau. Ko moi hau te taurapa ko te aroha te tauihu. Historical grievances covered in this claim, such as confiscation of land, Crown purchasing tactics, the operation and impacts of native land laws, and the impact of mining. I want to particularly acknowledge the raupatu you too suffered when coming to our assistance in our time of need during our pakanga. Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu sent men to fight Crown forces in Waikato in 1863. Like us, you were branded as rebels and penalised with the confiscation of your lands. The settlement provisions within this treaty settlement is a formal apology, cultural redress and financial redress. A formal apology from the Crown to Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu for promoting laws and policies that led to loss of land, damaged the sacred taonga Te Aroha Maunga, and undermined your well-being and ability to pass on mātauranga Māori to your mokopuna. Cultural redress that includes 18 sites of cultural significance, financial and commercial redress of 5.5 million. Also acknowledge the recognition of the broader Parehauraki collective in relation to the collective redress. In particular, I want to acknowledge the restoration of your maunga tapu ko tōna ingoa tūturu puke kākāriki kaitahi. I acknowledge its peaks, Te Aroha ki uta, Te Aroha ki tai. Also, the proclamation of Gold Field at the Te Aroha 1880 and Crown actions have deprived your iwi of control of your own resources. Hei whakakapinga, throughout this treaty settlement process, your whakaro to create new taonga that reflects the darkness, reflects the darkness of your negotiation journey, the struggles faced and the determination required to emerge into the light. As you have stated, we are rebuilding our waka, we are gathering our paddlers, we are strengthening our direction one hui at a time, and one day, with enough of us paddling together, Ngāti Tumutumu will move beyond the negative impacts of our past into a prosperous, united future of our tupuna dream, that our tupuna dreamed of. He hoi, he hikoinga, he huarahi mā tātou katoa. Tēnā rā tātou e te whare te Pāti Māori supports this bill. Ame.
Te anō tui anō.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker, tērā tēnā tātou e te whare. Tuatahi me mehea tiau kia koutou Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu. Tēnei nā kākareke e mahiana kia koutou nei maia, kia koutou nei mana. Me te roa anō hoki o tēnei o nā hikoi. Kei te whakaro ake i tau tuatahi mai tērā ki tēnei o nā whare te tau tahi mano warurau whiti te kau. Tai no ki tērā wā, tai no ki tēnei wā, kei konei tonu koutou no reira, e mihiana. E mihiana kia rātou mā ko mene atu ki tuatarai, rātou anō i whiturangi hea nā kau mātua i whakapau kaha, i whakapau werawera, kia rite ai tēnei o nā whakatau kreme, kia puta ai ki te ao marama, tēnei o nā ture. Mō tēnei, no reira, ko mātai no nā kākareki e tautoko ana, tēnei pānuitanga tuarua, ko te manoko nui, he etiake nā auheke kia tai ki tāna pānuitanga tua toru. Tautoko au i nā kōrero tō mātou nei tangata Steve Abel, kia mātou nā kākareki e hara i te treaty he kirimana, he kawanata ke, te treaty o Waitangi, ko tēnei me te kirimana e tohu ana anei anō te wāru o te tāra, hei pūtea ki te pūkoro, kāre mā te whakaitia ki tere, ko tēnei me te treaty o Waitangi he kawenata e whakaorana mai i te wā i tāmoko hea nā mātua tīpuna ki Waitangi, hiri no tiko Māui, otira taino ki te wai paunamu, kia noho o tātou nei iwi, o tātou nei hapu, ki rungi o rātou nei ake mana motu hake. Ki te taha o te paremata ki tōku nei whakarohi mātou nā kākariki, me pēhe te tautoko i nā ara kia ora ai te tino rangatiratanga mō ia hapu, mō ia iwi, mō ia whānau. Tērei te wahanga anō kia mātou no reira, tēnei ka mihi atu kia koutou. Me whakaro nui au tōnetea nā hitori o Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu i tai rātou ki roti nā pakanga o te rautapu, o te raupatu ki Waikato, no reira e tautoko tēnei nā mihi a Hana Rāwhiti mai P. Clark, tō tēnei maia, rātou nei maia, kia tai, ki te āwhina o rātou nei whānau, ki te whawhai nā pū o Piritana Nui, nā pū o te Pākehā, ki te anō tērā te maia o te iwi. Nā rungi I tērā I raupatu hia te whenua, I raupatu hia tō rātou nei maunga, anō reira te aroha maunga tēnei ka mihi atu, tēnei te mihi atu ki tō kai tēnei a tā. Kare noa kia tai ki te maunga o kia aroha maunga, hoi anō ka whai whakaroa kia tai atu. Ia ki ngā hitori he maina kaura, te mahi ki rotu I tērā, ko ngā para I tukana ki rotu I mai tērā maina I pāna ki ngā te hapori o Ngāti Rahiri tumutumu. Hoi anō ko te katoa ngā rawa I ahu mai era maina, kāri tai ki ngā pūkoro o te iwi, kei tangata ki atu. Nō reira ko tēnei ture, me whai wāhi me pehe ai te whakatukatuka hia, nō reira me mehi kātaka ki te committee whirina take mō ngā kaupapa Māori I mahi ana I ngā mahi ki roto I ngā tukanga o te paremata. Ko etahi wahanga I hihia rātou ki te paku panoni hia ki roto I te ture, te tuatahi I noho I korero tahi rātou me te kaunihira ārohe, me Waikato, me pehe kia tautoko ngā āhuatanga o te Waipuke, flood protection gates, whakaropai anō tērā, he wahanga anō tērā hoki kia noho pū, te aronga o te maunga o te aroa ki roto I te ture te me ki taku nei whakarongo ki ngā kōrero hurihaere ana te whare te atanei kei reira anō te mana, nō reira e tukana kia noho te mana o te maunga, te pū o te maunga, kia aroa anō te paremata tātou anō I whakariti ana nā ture, te maunga kei roto I tēnei o nā ture nō reira mihi ana ki te committee whiritake mō tērā o nā āhuatanga. Ko te me E kite au ki roto I te katoa enei momo ture I ahu mai na whakatau kreme, ko tētahi wahanga anō mō tātou nei tamariki mokopona, ko tēnei me te hitori, he hitori anō tērā mō tātou katoa, o tātou nei rangatai ki akona rātou na hitori, ke raro nā rekereke I a rātou hikoi ana ki runga te whenua, no reira tēnā koutou I te whare, tēnā koutou Ngāti Rahiri tumutumu, tēnā koutou katoa.
David McLeod.
Tēnā koe te māngai, me tuitahi ki ngā manuhuri o Ngāti Rahiri tumutumu numa haramai, tēnā koutou katoa. Madam Speaker, whenever I stand to talk to in a reading of a treaty settlement, I honestly treat it an absolute honour. And I say that because we have a participation in what is going to be scribed into history, and it's an important part of history that I'm sure many iwi that have been through the process acknowledge. Clearly, the history that we talk to is not always a good history, and treaty settlements are put in place to correct those wrongdoings. What I also like to do when I speak to treaty settlements is to talk to viewers about who it is that we're talking about. When we say iwi, not everybody's familiar with where they're from and that, and I think it's important that they do. So Ngāti Rahiri tumutumu are of Te Aroha Maunga, and I'll talk to that name specifically because that was one of the amendments we made within the bill from the Select Committee. It is of the Hauraki Plains, obviously. They also have interests in the Kaimai Range out to Katikati and also to Te Puna, but also the Coromandel Peninsula. So hopefully that gives everybody a bit of a bearing of who this iwi is. Also, the name is interesting, and I've learned a lot, as I do with every treaty settlement that I go through. And Ngāti Rahiri tumutumu has two specific names, the Rahiri and Tumutumu, and I'd like to just briefly talk to that for people's understanding, because Tumutumu, that name there actually comes from Ngāti Raukawa, a neighbouring or very close iwi itself. And it is said within the settlement, and people can read this here, it traces their origins to Te Ruinga, the son of Tumutumu, from Ngāti Raukawa. But also Rahiri itself. People may be familiar with Ngāti Rahiri of the far north, up in Ngāpui, and that is indeed the Rahiri that we're talking about here. I'm from Taranaki. There's actually Ngāti Rahiri in North Taranaki as well. It's actually by the in the Tikarangi area, just north of Waitara. And once again, Arahiri was a prolific traveller, obviously, and I understand that he travelled through Auckland, the Bay of Plenty, and also down to Ngāti Taranaki. So there is the connections of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu with regards to this treaty settlement claim. The process itself, it was a good process as it should be. It was an emotional process. We had the occasion as a committee to have a hearing up at Te Aroha at the railway station building, which was a lovely building to hold the occasion, but we also had another hearing here in Wellington. And as it is for all treaty settlements that I've been involved with submissions come with emotions, not just emotions of the loss and the grievance of what has preceded what is of today, but also the challenges of the present day situation. And it wasn't surprising to me, because I do see it quite often, is that when you have a large grouping of people, when you talk about the membership of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, we're talking about at least 510 members, according to the last census that was held. When you have large grouping of members, to think that everybody's singing from the same song sheet is probably a little bit of an impossibility, is from my experience. So we did have some strong submissions about the process that was there. The Select Committee did propose 2 amendments. They've been spoken about by previous speakers. I should mention those. The first one being the name Te Aroha Maunga, as I spoke of earlier. In the bill originally, it just spoke of Te Aroha, and quite correctly through consultation with the iwi, it was better or more fitting for it to be Te Aroha Maunga, and so that was corrected in consultation with iwi, and everybody is in agreement with that. The second amendment that has been proposed is the flood protection assets of the Waikato Regional Council. Clearly, these assets that the public, including Māori, have contributed to, flood protection assets are there for the protection of not just public but also private assets themselves, and I'm very pleased to see that the iwi acknowledged the importance of that and made sure that the Waikato Regional Council had the ability to manage those assets appropriately. So thank you to the iwi for that itself. There were other areas of interest that were brought up through the submission process. Even the name of the post-governance settlement governance entity, it is actually named Ngāti Tumutumu Trust. It doesn't actually have the Rahiri in there. It was submitted to us, so whether that was right or wrong by some of the submitters, but the committee took what I believe is the absolutely appropriate approach, is that's not our business, that is your business to sort out. And so we left that to them to talk of that, and I'm sure there's been many discussions subsequent. The relationship between the iwi and the maunga, I spoke about that. Te Aroha Maunga, I'm from Taranaki. Taranaki Maunga is significant for me, and it doesn't surprise me the significance that was placed in the submissions with regards to that there. There was an interesting one, and perhaps the iwi are not so aware of this, but there was a submission, or should I say a report given back from the Regulatory Review Committee. Now, I've been on the Select Committee for a short time, but the treaty settlements I've been involved with, it's not unusual that this kaupapa, the subject, comes up from the Regulatory Review Committee. And it's specifically about a few clauses within this bill, 89, 90 and 91, but it actually comes up with other settlements. This is the clauses that Te Tari Whakatau puts into the settlement in agreement with iwi. They are actually a common clause that's been put in there, and it's often been raised by the Regulatory Review Committee. And so as a subsequent to this particular course, the committee has chosen to actually open up a briefing with the Regulatory Review Committee to set this straight once and for all. And this is to do with secondary legislation and regulations and how it's used in it. I don't think there's any worry about it, about what's been put in place with previous settlements or this one here itself. It's a bit more of a parliamentary parliamentary process that we have to run through to perhaps, let's make sure we've got a clear understanding, but put this to bed once and for all. With that, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to support this through its second reading, and I look forward to the Committee of the Whole House, which is occurring later on today as well. Kia ora tātou.
Georgie Dancy.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise to speak to the Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu Claim Settlement Bill second reading. I'd like to acknowledge the iwi and whānau who have come to the House today for this reading and really commend you on your mahi getting this bill to its second reading. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. This bill records the acknowledgements and apology made to Ngāti Ruhere Tumutumu when the deed was signed and gives effect to redress in the deed that requires legislation. It's been a really long journey, as other speakers have spoken to, 15 years of negotiations and a long-awaited agreement. I hope that this bill acknowledges the past and looks to a stronger future. I know that the journey over the past 15 years speaks to resilience and hope for the iwi. I commend the show of unity and determination from Ngāti Ruhere Tumutumu in working with the Crown to get to this point. This settlement serves as an apology from the Crown on the wrongs committed. Namely, the confiscated 290,000 acres of land in the Tauranga district between 1865 and 1868. The retainment of the hot springs near Te Araha by the Crown, and despite the Crown giving the use of the land back to the iwi, by the early 20th century, I'm aware that Māori no longer had free access to the springs or input into the management of the site. The acquisition of the land in Te Araha and Te Araha Maunga and developments that continued into the 1960s by the Crown. This included the construction of a road to the summit of Te Araha Maunga and the granting of a mining licence to a private company. Consequences of these actions meant that the site became severely polluted and there was a significant damage to the land and maunga. By the end of the 20th century, Madam Speaker, less than 3% of the land in the Te Araha block remained in Māori ownership. Nothing can right the wrongs of the past, but I hope that this bill brings a degree of closure to the people and a hope for the future of the iwi, for your tamariki and your mokopono. We know that the harm caused continued over successive generations. This speaks to many years of socio-economic deprivation and the disconnection from whānau and hapu that they had with their whenua. We know that many people of the whānau of the iwi ended up living outside of traditional lands, disconnected from their tikanga, their tūranga waiwai and whānau, which also came with a significant loss of te reo Māori and restricted ability for the whānau to pass maturanga Māori on to their mokopuna. Madam Speaker, as I speak on this bill, I speak with two simultaneous feelings of immense privilege and pride, and also one of whakamā. You see, I grew up in the rohe of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu. When I was 8, my whānau moved to the foot of the Kaimai Mamaku Ranges. The property my parents purchased on Lockington Road backed onto the Kaimai Mamaku Forest Park. I feel privilege and pride because your rohe is so entrenched in my memories of childhood. My stepfather was a hunter, so I spent a lot of time in the ngāhere, the bush that backed off from our property. I spent many a days of my childhood swimming in the oceans near Waihi Beach and swimming in the swimming holes in the many awa that flowed from the maunga. 30 years later, my parents still live in Yorohe, and I consider the shores of Bowentown Beach one of the few places that I truly feel at home. It is this beauty and the incredible memories that brings me to the privilege I have and hold dearly here, that I can contribute a very small amount to a place that I treasure so much by acknowledging the people who are truly tangata whenua of the Urohe. But Madam Speaker, I also feel very whakamā. I feel whakamā because when I went to Katikati Primary School and when I went to Katikati College, I didn't know the name of the iwi. I didn't know the wrongs of the past that were inflicted on you, and I didn't know the whakapapa of the place that I grew up. In a place that brought me so much taonga and araha, I grew up not knowing about its history. So from those two places, there comes hope. Hope that with a settlement and some redress, your tamariki and mokopuna will learn their tikanga, their whakapapa and maturanga Māori. By being able to reclaim sites of cultural importance, create opportunities for rangatahi and rebuilding your iwi presence, there is opportunity and there is hope. It brings me hope that the future of all the kids, whether they're Māori, Pakeha or other, will grow up understanding the commitment to te tiriti o Waitangi, to know that the iwi and hapu of that rohi that they are in, and learn the importance of knowing that. It gives me hope that the next 8-year-old who moves to Katikati will understand whose land they are living on. That when they go to Katikati Primary and Katikati College, they will learn about the tikanga of the place, of the whakapapa. This settlement is a significant milestone in Aotearoa's journey in recognising te tiriti. But we must go further, and this bill demonstrates that for me strongly. In order to achieve full partnership with Māori, we must ensure that our tamariki and rangatahi have the knowledge and the history of Aotearoa, New Zealand, that maturanga Māori is embedded in our communities. Through the settlement, the Crown seeks to atone for these injustices and rebuild a relationship based on trust and honourable treaty partnership. And I hope this settlement for your iwi brings that. I hope this is an opportunity for you to bring your tikanga home, to build a flourishing whānau and hapu within your own whenua for all of the future generations to come. There is an opportunity for reconnection of your people to their whenua, tikanga and te reo, so that the mokopuna of Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu feel connected to their whenua, awa, tikanga and te reo Māori. Madam Speaker, it is a great pleasure to be able to speak on this bill on the second reading. I wasn't involved in the select committee process, but I know the land so well. Walking up Te Araha Maunga, other speakers have spoken about that beautiful, beautiful place, and I am so pleased that we've got to a position through a lot of, I know, pain and acceptance. I hope that this apology will speak deeply to your whānau about the future of hope and the opportunities that lay ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, it was with great pleasure that I commend this bill to the House.
Tim Van de Molen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like the Speaker who has just resumed her seat, I have also had the good fortune of spending many years throughout my life in that area, and indeed now also have the even greater fortune of representing the most beautiful electorate in the country, being the Waikato electorate, which on its eastern edge includes this beautiful area of Te Araha, the mountain, of course, that towers over the landscape from across the Waikato, really, but certainly in that local community, and indeed the fantastic people that make up that community as well, Madam Speaker. And so it's a pleasure to be able to make a contribution here in the second reading of the Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu Claim Settlement Bill. Now, we have heard from the chair of the committee, from the ministers, and I want to acknowledge the work done in particular from the committee for their effort. They came and visited Te Araha. That wasn't the hard part, Madam Speaker. It was getting them to leave again. That was the hard part, because it's such a beautiful community, as I mentioned. So it was great to have them come up and meet locally there as well, and indeed to address some of the concerns raised by submitters, and also to touch on one of the concerns in particular that I'd had raised with me around the Te Araha hospital land continuing to be available for the community at a price that's achievable for the community as well. And we were able to have those fears allayed, which was fantastic, but it's particularly pleasing to see this process now reaching the end of what has been a challenging journey over a substantial period of time, and to see now the Crown apology, the historical account, and indeed the financial redress that helps to put a line in the sand and acknowledge that there have been challenges, but there is opportunity as well. And I think that's always the focus whenever there is a difficult situation that one works through, to try and look at where the opportunity might be going forward. And so I'm sure we'll traverse that more in the committee stage, in the third reading stage. I do need to keep my contribution limited, so I will commend it to the House. Thank you.
This is a split call. I call Camilla Ballage.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko te mihi tuatahi ki Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, te mihi tuarua ki o koutou maunga te aroha. Ki o koutou awa waihau, ki o koutou moana, ki o koutou marae tumutumu. Ngā mihi nui ki ngā tangata e noho ana e roto i tēnei whare, me ngā tangata e kiti e tēnei kōrero i roto i tāna poaka whakaata ngā rorohi ko pera roto i te whare. It is a very significant opportunity for any parliamentarian to be able to speak on a treaty settlement bill. It's not an opportunity that comes especially to those of us who don't sit on the Māori Affairs Committee often, but it's always an opportunity to reflect on the history of our country and also of the different iwi and hapu who make up such an important part of New Zealand. I've had a good look at this bill that's been put forward, and I commend anyone who is watching to look through especially the historical account. This historical account has been prepared with care and is a very, very difficult thing to read in terms of everything that has happened to this particular group, Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu, over a period of time. I read through it all, and I felt a deep sadness that your people had to suffer through such an immense amount of attacks and loss. And I know that being here will be a bittersweet in terms of moving forward, but also that I'm sure that your tipuna are proud of you for the work that you've done, and I'm sure that your descendants will thank you for being able to take this historic step today. And I wanted just to note, I do have a shorter call, and I don't want to prolong this because I know that you've waited long enough for this settlement, that one of the things that the Crown is actually acknowledging and apologising for is the acts of this Parliament. And I had a bit of a look at when the District Lands Act in 1867 and 1868 would have been done in this very place in Wellington. The Parliament was moved, as I understand, in 1865. And so we're standing really and apologising for actions that were taken by this House, a predecessor of this House, in this place. And that is very significant because the effect of those passage of that legislation, as this bill acknowledges, left you almost landless, virtually landless is what it says here. And I want to acknowledge the mana of the land and also of your people in this, in what I know of Māori, which is not a lot, and what I know of the importance of land, which is a lot less than you know and many other people know. The simple affection that Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu must have for the maunga te aroha. In order to name it te aroha, one of the strongest emotions that you can express, and to have that maunga lost to you throughout such a period of time must have just been horrendous. But I also wanted, and it's not an area where I've lived, but I wanted to say how striking it was to me to read through the historical account and everything that the Crown is acknowledging. And I want to also acknowledge the apology, which is really important. Probably don't have time to read all of that, but I did note it down here. It is a substantive apology and it acknowledges substantive wrongs. But one of the things I noticed when I was looking through the information is the thing that Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu did, not only in taking this forward, is also to have a taonga carved for this process from your kai whakakairo Ben Whittaker, and also to acknowledge this process. What mana of a people in an iwi to not only go through this substantive settlement process to move your people and this issue forward, but to create a taonga to bring to Parliament to acknowledge us. So I wanted to acknowledge everyone associated with this process and commend this bill to the House.
Rena Nuckley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's lovely actually to be able to stand up and add my korero in the second reading of this very important settlement bill. And I want to welcome those of you that are in the gallery today, and also looking forward to your small but mighty whānau coming in for the third reading, God willing. I want to acknowledge you up in the gallery, if you don't mind, Madam Speaker. Jill Taylor, thank you very much for the aroha you showed us around the Aroha mountain, and for the care that you all took, you as well, sir, and the chair of the trust, Daniel Braid, in explaining a lot of what came across as some kind of nuances to us, but also sharing what your ancestors have been through that have led to this point. And it's something that was very memorable. We started by the railway there, and then we took our little tiki tour around. It's something that's tattooed in my memory. It was a very beautiful and special day, and you guys are a special iwi as well. Like I said, small but mighty. I look forward to the third reading where we can celebrate, but of course always underpinned with that reflection of the sadness of the past, but looking forward to the positivity that the future can bring. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Giantinetti.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker, and kia ora Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu, ngā mihi nui kia korua. It's lovely to see you here for this second reading of this claim settlement bill. Madam Speaker, it's not often that I've had the opportunity to get up and speak on a claim settlement bill, but I specifically asked to do this for a short time. I was on the Māori Affairs Select Committee about 9 months, and in that 9 months I was fortunate enough to be sitting through the process of this particular claim settlement bill, the Ngāti Rāhiri Tumutumu claim settlement bill. And I'd like to acknowledge the Minister. We've heard that here before. As the Honourable Willie Jackson said, it's not an easy position. It is a very difficult position to be the Treaty Settlement Minister, and you get a bit of raru coming your way, and I have to say, to get through to this stage is something to be very proud of with any iwi and any iwi settlement. I'd also like to acknowledge the chair of the committee, David McLeod. I think that he has a real heart for this work and making certain that the mana of the iwi is upheld at all times. Madam Speaker, a lot has been traversed in this particular reading here today, and we've heard about the changes that we made through the Select Committee process, but I particularly wanted to talk about the day that we spent over in Te Araha, and I too want to acknowledge you, Jill, and the work that you and Nicola have done in the process. It's been a long process, and we're nearly there. So it's a good feeling that we're nearly there. But on that day, it was not that long before the end of last year, Madam Speaker, that we went through to Te Araha, and it's not a long drive for me. I live in Tauranga, and I've often seen the other side of the maunga, but seeing the Te Araha side and going through and spending that day there, it had a real impact on me. And I came away from that day thinking that every member of this House needs to have the experience of sitting through the treaty claim settlements, because it does hit you here. And it impacted on me so much that I came away thinking about the hurts and the wrongs that have happened to you and to other iwi over time, and how it's important that we get this process right. It is important that we listen. It is important that we hear the raru. It is important that we sit there and be humble in that process. Sitting, as my colleague Rima Narkley said, on the other side in that railway station, and hearing the hurt from many different perspectives was something that, as I said, sits with you. It's something that you can't leave that situation without feeling that we've got to do better. And we've got to do better for now to somehow heal that hurt, but also we've got to do better for future generations as well, so that hurt never has to be there again, and we're not sitting in that situation in another 150 years and having to go through the same process. I remember my former colleague, the Right Honourable Adrian Nurafi, who gave a very gentle but firm, in the only way that Adrian can do, challenge to everybody in that room that day, is that this is not the end of the process. This is the beginning. It's kind of like a transition, and it's the beginning of a new part of the process. And it's time for new work to be done, to move forward and to repair the hurt. And that sat with me that day too, because I know Adrian has been through his own treaty settlements and knew the division that can be caused in the process. But we've also got to remember that that division was caused hundreds of years ago through colonisation. And now it's time to put that right and acknowledge that and the coming together. And that's not going to be an easy process, but it's one that I know that people are up for and that the iwi are up for. And I've already started a whole lot of work, and that's where I'll go on to the next part of that day, Mr. Speaker, is that we then got to see round, and many of the people that were there that day have already acknowledged the fact that we walked through with members of the iwi through the Te Araha domain and heard about the hurt that has happened over so many years, and my colleague Steve Abel talked about the separatism that hurt, the resources that the iwi generously allowed people to have and to participate in, the resources of the geothermal area that as an iwi back then generously let other people partake in, only to have it stolen from them, and then to be given this small bathhouse back that they could use. And I can remember asking the dumbest question of Jill that day, because we'd gone round the whole of the domain and we'd seen the pools and we'd seen all the beautiful areas, and then we came on to this, it's really hard to describe it, to get that feeling. It's kind of one of those moments you had to be there. but this little tiny shed, and opened the door and said this was where the Māori were allowed to bathe, also with people that had skin conditions, so that they were put into this separate little area. And I remember saying, oh, was it bigger than this? No, this has actually been done up since then. And I just could not believe it. It was one of those moments that I had that I went, oh my goodness, this is just, what have we done as people? What have we done as a nation that we did this and created so much hurt? And how much this meant to the people, the tangata whenua, the mana whenua of the time and now. And the fact that it's taken so long and that hurt has just amplified and amplified and amplified over time. That's what it meant to me that day. And I went away and I looked you up and I looked the iwi up on your website, and I started to see your own journey back to restoring who you are as a people, and the work that you've done in restoring the Māori, or you're starting to restore the Māori of the Maunga, and the work of restoring the people's mana, and how passionate you are about making this a better journey going forward. And that's what I took from that day, and knew that we had to make sure that we got this settlement through in a way, as I'm sure every other member of the Select Committee did that particular day, that we got this through so that it's somehow restoring some of the hurt. It's not going to go all the way, but it's going to somehow restore some of that hurt and say, we don't have a magic wand. We can't go back to the past. We can't restore and change direction. That past has happened, but we can look forward, and we can look forward to how we can make a difference now, and how we can support you in your goals and your aspirations for what you want for now, for your people, for your tamariki and your mokopuna, and what you want for all of the future generations that you see in front of you, and how we can help be part of that journey, but not dictate the journey. That's your journey from now. But when we will be there to support and make sure that not only are we standing up for the wrongs that have happened in the past, but ensuring that those wrongs don't happen in the future. So I go back, Mr. Speaker, to where I started. I think every member of this House needs to have such an experience. It will change members of this House when they walk through and see firsthand. It's different than being able to read about it in books, actually walking through and seeing the hurt, but seeing the aspirations and know that we can make a difference in this House is what every single member of this House needs to experience. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely wholeheartedly commend this bill to the House.
E te manga o te whare.
Greg Fleming.
Nōku te marenga nui, te kōrero I pāna ki tēnei piri. Te piri whakatau mua te iwi Ngāti Rāhiri tumutumu. Ki Ngāti Rāhiri tumutumu, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou nau mai anō ki tēnei whare. Ki ngā mema atu kua kōrero I tēnei ata. Tēnā koutou I te ata whakaro, I te ata kōrero, ko te āhua o tēnei momo kaupapa, te whakatau o enei piri. Ko te tino āhua o tēnei whare. Kua rangona koutou tērā āhua, tērā ātawhai I ngā kōrero katoa. Well, akene pia I te nuina o ngā kōrero. Ko te haipapa o tēnei whare INA, te tuku atu tēnei piri ki te whare I tēnei ahi, ka ata whakaro mā te taumata, ko te ingo o tērā taumata ko te Select Committee, ka tahi, a tērā marama, a tērā ata marama, waihoki. Ka hari mai, ka hoki mai, nei ui katoa. Te mutunga ke mai o te harikoa mō tērā whiako, te whakanui o te whakatau, te mutunga o tēnei haerenga, ko te timatanga o he anamata hau. Koirā te tūmanako, koirā te kitenga, koirā te tino tirohanga o tēnei momo kaupapa. Nā reira, anō nōku te tino mārenga nui, te tū I roto tēnei whare, ka tuku atu te piri nei ki te whare. Tēnā koutou.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Ngāti Rahiri Tumutumu Claim Settlement Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Online Casino Gambling Bill, third reading.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
I move that the Online Casino Gambling Bill be now read a third time. Mr Speaker, today marks an important milestone in strengthening New Zealand's approach to gambling harm and consumer protection. The Online Casino Gambling Bill represents a significant and long overdue step forward. The bill also supports this government's coalition agreement. Before the House reaches its final decision on the Online Casino Gambling Bill, I want to acknowledge the many people who have contributed to its development. I thank the Governance and Administration Committee members for their consideration of this bill and all of those who took the time to make submissions on online casino gambling. I also acknowledge colleagues across the House for their engagement throughout the bill's passage and my officials for their work on this bill. As members of this House will be aware, online casino gambling is already widespread, easily accessible and currently unregulated. There is no recourse when things go wrong. Mr Speaker, that is the gap that this bill seeks to close. Mr Speaker, this bill establishes a licensing system for online casino operators. It sets out clear requirements for harm minimisation, creates a strong enforcement regime, and ensures that a share of revenue returns to New Zealand communities. This bill allows for a competitive market while also providing Kiwis who wish to gamble with safer, regulated options to do so. Licensed operators will have to meet consumer protection obligations, including minimising the risk of harm from online casino gambling. They must identify and assist those experiencing harm, exclude problem gamblers, and must not offer credit for gambling. This bill allows up to 15 licences to be issued for online casino gambling. Operators from overseas and in New Zealand can apply if they are suitable. They must meet strict criteria, including having a harm prevention strategy and providing information on their business compliance history. Once licensed, they will be able to advertise with restrictions, be required to pay tax, and contribute towards the problem gambling levy. Operators will clearly need to show that their gambling platforms are licensed so the public can easily see which services are legitimate and regulated in New Zealand. This will require a registration icon or audio mark to be displayed on any advertising and gambling platforms. The Department of Internal Affairs will regulate the sector with costs recovered from licensed operators. To ensure the regime is effective, the bill makes clear that operators cannot avoid New Zealand law by being located offshore. The bill gives the regulator strong enforcement tools, including takedown notices, warnings, enforceable undertakings, and penalties of up to $5 million for serious or persistent breaches. This bill also ensures that New Zealand communities benefit. Through changes to the online gambling duty, funding will be returned to communities through the Lottery Grants Board. This reflects the clear message from submissions on the bill. If we are regulating online gambling, benefits should flow back to local sports clubs, community groups and grassroots organisations. I listened, and we are delivering on what matters most to communities across this country. Importantly, this funding will come from an activity that is already occurring rather than from increasing gambling participation. It is not the government's intention with this bill to increase gambling, but to make sure it is safer for those who choose to gamble. The government will review the regime once it's been in place. This will consider how well harm minimisation, consumer protection and community funding objectives are being met. A separate 2-year review will look at impacts on other forms of gambling and community markers and community returns. This review allows the adjustment of any settings that are not working for operators and consumers and allows this licensing regime to respond and adapt to emerging international trends. A separate 2-year review will look at impacts on other forms of gambling and community returns. The bill enables the government to set detailed regulatory requirements for how licensed operators may operate here in New Zealand, including harm prevention and minimisation, advertising and marketing restrictions, consumer protections, record keeping and cost recovery fees. This approach is consistent with the Gambling Act 2003 and ensures that the regulatory framework can remain responsive to market and technology, while giving operators clear and enforceable requirements to plan and operate in the New Zealand market. In relation to advertising, the intent is to support a safe and well-regulated market, not to encourage increased gambling participation. Carefully controlled advertising allows consumers to identify licensed operators and make informed choices, while helping to channel demand away from unlicensed operators. The regulations I propose will mean operators must not target advertisements at those under the age of 25 unless the operator can demonstrate that the advertisement can be precisely targeted at consumers over the age of 18, and the content of advertisements and promotions must not reasonably appeal to those under the age of 18. Setting these requirements, including fees through regulations rather than here in the primary legislation, provides flexibility to adjust settings as the market develops and as better information on market size and regulatory costs become available. This approach supports proportional, cost-reflective fees over time and gives operators greater certainty by clearly stating compliance requirements and updating them as the market evolves. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a balanced and practical piece of legislation that will support the government's coalition agreement. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Lamanga Lydia Sosini.
Aotearoa, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a contribution. Mr. Speaker, before I do that, in case I do not get any chance today, I do want to just honour our NZ men and women, and specifically veterans, as we remember them this weekend. Mr. Speaker, as spokesperson for Labour, we continue to oppose the online casino gambling bill. And yes, while we agree with the regulation in terms of regulating online casino gambling bill, we would state that the bill does not go far enough. Mr. Speaker, we've heard the statement from the Minister, and I do want to acknowledge the 4,837 individuals and groups who submitted. Of that number, 3,966 in the first initial draft of the bill, there was no community return for our communities who may be involved in online casino gambling. The reasons why the Labour, on this side of the House, the Labour team, stresses that 15 new licences or up to 15 new licences that this bill, this amendment bill, will allow to be brought into New Zealand is because there is limited information and regulations that do not go far enough in terms of harm minimisation tools and consumer protections. I also want to acknowledge the officials who worked with the Select Committee, and I want to acknowledge the Select Committee members. We collaborated, we discussed the pros and cons, but we also had the opportunity to hear from submitters across Aotearoa in terms of harm minimisation and washes being brought into New Zealand. In our view, the licences are far too many for New Zealanders to practically understand the controls that we say do not go far enough. There was a lot of evidence put forward by submitters which gave us select committee members the opportunity to consider why this legislation requires very proactive controls. It is important that New Zealanders understand things like gambling addiction. The difference between online casino gambling and land-based casinos is that land-based casinos, those specific businesses understand their operations that open and close to people. With the online casino gambling, it will be available. Those licenses coming offshore will be able to do their business 24/7. The issue with that is the vulnerable communities across Aotearoa, at a time when affordability and cost of living is really hitting vulnerable New Zealanders, some of those choices, they will not be able to be made attentively by vulnerable New Zealanders who have an addiction to online gambling. So in our view, specifically what the statistics tell us is that things like advertising, those controls need to go further in terms of this amendment bill. We are pleased that the government U-turned and that in October 2025 that the Cabinet made a ruling or a provision that there would be a community return back to the communities across Aotearoa. If you look at the evidence, Mr. Speaker, the Minister stated in some of her explanations that New Zealanders had to be very careful because addiction is high when it comes to gambling. Online gambling will propose a 24/7 access. And the trouble with that activity, Mr. Speaker, it will be able to be accessed on any device. So there are limited controls, and in our view, for Labour, we want to see those strengthened. We heard from submitters such as Problem Gambling Foundation. There needed to be very clear words in the amendment bill that will help them help New Zealanders who are very vulnerable to this type of activity. Mr. Speaker, the oral submissions that were made by groups, iwi Māori, Pasifika, ethnic and Chinese, raise that some of the individuals that will be utilising this online casino gambling to do their activity, the problem is it is such a hidden activity, so it might not be popular in terms of some parts of our community. But it is important to raise the health issues and the mental ability of some of the consumers who will be using some of those sites. We are also concerned, Mr. Speaker, that the lack of protections that have been provided under this legislation, that Labour continues to believe that some of the proceeds that will come from these companies, that there has to be a mechanism. When the Gambling Act in 2003 was set up, there was the authorisation that some gambling could occur, which was mainly written for land-based gambling operations. The online casino gambling legislation, we would argue that it still doesn't provide the assurance that Kiwis will be protected from this bill. The offshore gambling duty that is proposed in this bill rests between 12% to 16%, the gross gambling revenue. And in our submission, it proposes the 4%. We would argue that it needs to be raised to either 8% or over, because that will ring-fence the proceeds for our communities to be returned to the community. which sits between a $10 million, $20 million figure. Mr. Speaker, Labor continues to argue that the controls that are proposed in this bill continue not to go far enough, and we would like to see those strengthened in any future iterations. Mr. Speaker, one of the things when we went through committee stage was to ask the Minister to consider tools such as the self-exclusion register. So when you look at the bill and the provisions, what happens is there's a number of different dates. Once the bill goes through royal assent, then it will be introduced in terms of what that proposes, and then there are other tools that strengthen the bill, but the dates of the proposal of the starting of the commencement date is a much later date. And the self-exclusion register was one of the tools that we wanted on this side of the House to be input from the start of the actual legislation, because there are consumers or there are New Zealanders who this, once the doors are open in terms of those licences who will come into New Zealand, do their advertising. They're actually, some of them are already in New Zealand, Mr. Speaker, and we have social media influencers, which the Department of Internal Affairs has been dealing with, and also they're doing non-authorised activity. Mr. Speaker, we do again acknowledge that community return. We heard from communities, groups and individuals up and down Aotearoa the fact that they require those community returns, because a lot of them are doing class 4 activity through Lotto and through their organisations. And it was important that I know that we've heard from the Minister, the reliance on that revenue is something that she would like to see deterred. However, there is no system to replace the community returns to our community. The last point I wanted to raise in my time left was the distribution system. We heard from a number of submitters, and we support that the community grant system, the current system will go through the lottery grants system, which is a central system with a number of controls and also the delays. Labor supports that a local system would be helpful. We heard from the submitter, Mr. Martin Snedden, in terms of the thoughts that he put forward in his submission. We would strongly support that. So, Mr. Speaker, just as I end off, Labor continues to oppose this amendment bill.
Mike Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party to oppose this bill. The Green Party do support good and sensible regulation that is focused on harm reduction and risk minimisation. However, this bill is not that. One of the purposes of this bill is to prevent and minimise harm from online casino gambling. However, it just doesn't do that. What it does do is gather revenue. This bill is a money grab that will create misery. Once again, it's just another example of this government that values profits over people. And to ensure that they make as much money as they can, this government will auction off the licences to overseas entities that, like this government, do not care who or what it hurts. We know from the feedback on this regime from agencies, we know from the feedback from other agencies on this regime that there were some serious concerns about the harm that would be caused from this bill. The Ministry of Health stated, however, it seems from the paper that very little mention of harm prevention or minimisation is proposed for the bill beyond the purpose, with almost all the detail delegated to regs. While we understand the benefit of regs in a fast evolving environment, we think that some more parameters around harm prevention and minimisation need to be in the bill to anchor to the purpose. Te Whata Ora said, we welcome the intention to regulate online gambling, but are concerned that the proposed regulation will increase gambling and lead to an increase in gambling harm. First, we're concerned that the Cabinet paper does not reflect the potential for harm that online gambling presents. The RIS provides evidence and discussion on this, but it is not well reflected in the paper. We encourage you to make the potential for harm more visible so that legislative proposals can be considered in this context. Specifically, we note that online gambling is particularly harmful as it's continuous, easily accessible and easy to hide. The RIS notes that the number of presentations to gambling harm services with offshore online gambling listed as a main mode of harm has increased by 71% since 2019, a 1,500% rise in the number of adults gambling with offshore providers between 2010 and 2020, and grow from around 7,000 adults to 105,000 adults. It is known that online gambling poses higher risks of addiction by being available 24/7. It allows gamblers to hide their gambling by moving it onto their personal device and into their homes. It can lack effective safeguards around age verification of gamblers. And we know, but if you look at the scooters, e-scooters, they're also meant to be over 18. The amount of younger people under 18, they're actually riding those scooters. And that's because the operator is not there and present when they're being ridden. This poses problems with regulations due to the online and remote nature of the gambling environment. Problem gambling among those who gamble on the internet are 10 times higher than that of a general population. It was extremely clear that this bill will increase harm amongst people, amongst vulnerable people, but it got pushed through without actually fixing that big issue. And from the notes from the regulatory impact statements on the costs, gambling harm treatment providers may experience an increase in direct costs due to increased resourcing requirements. This is showing that there will be increased harm. We assume that these costs will be offset by the collection of the problem gambling levy by licensed operators. You cannot offset harm by a levy. The wider public will experience some indirect costs, namely the cost of gambling harm, which we assume will be partially offset by the problem gambling levy. Once again, you cannot offset the social harm costs, the impacts on whānau, financial standing, well-being, mental health through an offset, through a levy on offshore operators. So through the process in the Select Committee, which I was not on, I joined a little bit later, there was obviously 4,837 groups and individuals who submitted. And out of that, 3,966 raised issues on the community returns. And on the back of that, the gambling duty was increased from 12 to 16%, with 25% of that ring-fenced, that revenue ring-fenced for community. And I think we all have to accept that is a double-edged sword, because there's so many great not-for-profit community groups that do rely on the proceeds of gambling services to survive. However, we must accept that the money that is coming to them is coming at a cost to the well-being of our community, who are the ones that are suffering from gambling harm. So during the Committee of the Whole House, the Minister introduced an amendment that would effectively remove the ring fencing of the 25%. And she did say that there was reasons to do that, to make it a more simpler process. And she said that the amount returned to the community can therefore be increased through amendment by Cabinet rather than amending the legislation. I think what she forgot to mention at that time was it could also be decreased. And my colleague Dr. Lawrence Unan did ask, is the funding gambling duty still ring-fenced for the purpose of allocation and distribution for community purposes? Would the removal of the 25% mean that the new amount will be less or significantly less than 25%? naturally, the Minister avoided answering that question properly. She did thank him and said the funding collected from the duty for the purpose of community returns will be transferred through the budget process and Cabinet will decide the amount. Therefore, it does not require to be ring-fenced. Cabinet has decided the percentage, which is 16% out of the Gaming Duties Act. But this is better flexibility. What we know, Mr Speaker, through this, that the Cabinet can actually reduce the amount that was meant to be ring-fenced for community. Now, I brought a simple amendment. A common sense amendment that would ensure that it could not go below what the committee wanted, which was the 4%. 25% of the actual gambling duties. But it was voted down. So you put that at risk, something that actually the community in their thousands asked for. And we know from this that there is many demographics that are hugely affected by gambling. Māori, Pacific people, young people, people with disabilities are all more likely to be impacted by gambling. And so I just want to quickly touch on just a couple of what they said in my short time left. And I'll pick up, which one should we do? Brain Injury New Zealand, who obviously opposed this terrible bill. We do not believe this bill's harm minimisation provisions go far enough. Without stronger safeguards, online gambling may cause serious harms to vulnerable groups, particularly those with brain injury. So you may heckle on the sides, but it is clear by what you're saying is you don't care about the vulnerable people in our community that will suffer by this bill when it gets passed into the legislation. The Salvation Army, they recognise the need for effective regulation like we do on this side. But they were deeply concerned that the bill does not prioritise harm prevention and minimisation, and the approach to regulation proposed is inadequate. Once again, this bill will cause harm. And we know that actually the consultation, the engagement with iwi was pathetic. It did not exist. And Po Tangata Chair, Rahui Papa, said, let's be clear, this reform will expose more young people to risk. It is gambling harm by stealth. The Asian Family Services. The substance of this bill does not reflect the statutory objective of harm minimisation.
The member's time has come to an end. Tim Costley.
Sir, let's be very clear. There are two options when we get to vote very soon. One, we do nothing. We let the current online gambling continue, unregulated, no assistance for harm prevention, no money coming back to the community, nothing. Or we vote for this legislation. It's not just GST, it's not just gambling harm, it is money going to community organisations. Now, I agree, I didn't like where ACT Party started with the bill. And that is why we have fought hard and National have delivered community returns. I held public meetings in my electorate, I met with everyone and every group that would, and we have fought hard for and delivered community returns. By voting against it, they are voting for no money at all to go to our community. Who was it that asked for a national self-exclusion register? It was the National Party. Who is it that's delivering money for our community? The National Party. Greens and Labours talk a big game, they're delivering nothing for our community, they're opposing the only good things, and the National Party are proud to support this. I commend the bill.
Andy Foster.
Speaker, look, this bill recognises that we live in what is an increasingly digital world. It's a world, in many areas, it's a world without borders. And of course, we know that most of us transact business by email rather than by letters. Most of our business is done online banking rather than going down to the bank branch. And of course, in the retail area, increasingly bricks and mortar is challenged by online retail. And that is true of gambling even more so. So the thing I agree with Mike Davidson is that he said that it is growing very fast. And the Select Committee heard that we're roughly, New Zealanders are gambling something like $800 million a year, and that is growing very fast. I think the number used was something like 1,500% in a very short period of time. It's not going to go away. And the point that Tim Costley has just made is you can either regulate that or you can leave it alone. And what we've heard from Labor and the Greens today, in terms of, they've focused a lot on harm. But we didn't hear a lot of that at the Select Committee. We had a bit of discussion, we made some changes, and the changes we made were very collaboratively done. For example, making it easier to self-exclude, we did that. And it wasn't just the National Party, it was a collective effort. We also said that we can allow to regulate to say you can't use credit to gamble, very sensible as well. But what the opposition are not recognising is that that digital world is here and is not going to go away. So what we are seeing is more and more, if you like, it's the Wild West. We're seeing more and more of these overseas-owned cowboys effectively coming in and encouraging New Zealanders to gamble online. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is the sheriff. This bill is the sheriff coming into town to better protect New Zealanders and to ensure greater benefit for New Zealand. And so what the opposition, as Tim Costley just said, seems to be saying is that by not passing the bill, somehow all of this is going to go away. Well, it's not. It's just going to get more and more and more, and it's going to be unregulated. So the question is, do you want the Wild West or do you want the sheriff? And I am on the side of the sheriff and saying we want to regulate this and do a better job. What this bill does, Mr. Speaker, is to establish a three-stage process. It's quite a rigorous process to issue up to 15 licences. Now, we did hear concerns about whether 15 was too many. Some people said it should be unregulated, uncapped, and it should be even more. But we didn't really have a great deal of evidence to say what the right number will be, nor did we have a great deal of discussion in the Select Committee. I mean, we got an alternative view from the Labor Party at the end of it, but we didn't have a lot of discussion within the committee to say, actually, this is the number and this is why the number. So there's a bit of crocodile tears being shed here by the opposition in that concern, that area as well. Look, the idea, Mr. Speaker, here is that if you have a substantial number of licensed organisations, you give some choice as to who people are going to gamble with. If they're going to gamble, I don't understand why they do it, but let's say if they're going to gamble, it's safer to do that in a swimming pool that is regulated than to get into the river, which is unregulated, with the alligators. That's your choice. You're in the swimming pool that's regulated, you can choose which pool you want to go into, or you're in the river with the alligators. It also allows some education. It also allows the operators to promote themselves and so that people are actually going to say, I know these people, I know they're regulated, and I will go with them rather than with somebody who is the alligator in the river. I do note, Mr. Speaker, though, this House has, in terms of promotion and advertising, of course, has said that it's quite happy with advertising going to greater level on some of the days which people might find that somewhat confronting. I think of Easter, Anzac and Christmas. So we'll just see how that goes, and it's good that we've got a review in there. Mr. Speaker, as we've heard, we had a lot of feedback on this. The sports community were really, really quick to get organised. They did a lot of work, they were very united, and they provided very strong and well-articulated feedback. And their issue was community benefit, and what they saw is the threat, and it's an existing threat. The online gambling is there, it's growing, it's an existing threat to Class 4 revenue. And I've been on both sides of this as a person giving grants out, and also as a part of organisations which have received grants. That money is essential to many of our sporting and community organisations. So they were rightly concerned that online gambling and the growth of online gambling, if there was nothing to compensate for that, was going to be a real concern, an existential threat potentially to them. And the bill, of course, we've had a long-term, essentially social contract, and it's in the Gambling Act 2003, that we know that gambling can be harmful. We know that, and nobody would disagree with that. But the contract really is that as a result of that, we're saying that gambling comes alongside community benefit, so that the proceeds of gambling go to community benefit. And the problem with the bill, and I completely agree with what Tim Costley said here, I don't think any of us in that Select Committee, ACT is not represented in that Select Committee, but I don't think any of us liked the bill as it was introduced. And that issue of no community benefit was a real problem. Our submitters saw this as breaching that social contract. As we've already heard, of the 4,837 submissions that we heard, that we received, 3,966 of them, so most of them, raised that issue of community returns. And as I said, the real concern about the erosion or potential erosion of online gambling, eroding terrestrial Class 4 gambling. We heard that message. I think parties across the House heard that message, and obviously the Minister and the Cabinet heard that message, and I'd say well done to her for listening and for making the change and for setting aside that 4% of gross revenue for community benefit. And actually I agree. If that 4% was higher, I think that would be a good thing, because the biggest beneficiary, not only of this, but also of all forms of gambling, actually is the government. And the government could think, doesn't matter whether it's a red-leg government or a blue-leg government, could think about whether in fact it gave more money from those proceeds to community and sporting organisations. That's a decision that executives can make. Mr Speaker, one last thing I did want to talk about was the select committees often get tramlines within which they can look at amendments. And we made quite a number of, I think, very useful amendments. There's three I want to pick up that were specifically ones that I promoted, so they're very much New Zealand First type ones. The first one of them was picking up the minister's change. We knew the Cabinet was going to change. It's to say, hey, let's add to the purposes of the bill. So into the purposes of the bill, clause 3E says that the purposes of the bill now ensure that money from online casino gambling benefits the community. So that reflects the change that the Cabinet said that it wanted to make. It's now in the purposes of the bill. Previously, it wasn't there. Another issue which was raised by some of the submitters, particularly some of the community trusts in New Zealand, said that they wanted to be able to be part of those 15 licences. And in doing that, they're more likely to give more money back to the community. So not only the 4%, but they are also, I mean, they are required to distribute their surpluses back to community. That's a great thing. And so they said, look, can we be part of that? And so there are two other changes there which make that more likely. The first of them is in clause 14, which requires licence applicants to disclose their intended contributions to New Zealand. And then clause 19 requires the Secretary of Internal Affairs to consider the scope of the licence applicants' presence in New Zealand, whether they've got staff, a base, whatever it might be here, and their planned contributions to the community. So those things make it more likely that New Zealand-based, we like putting New Zealand first, that New Zealand-based organisations are more likely to be party to those licences. We also made, in that same vein, amendments to ban synthetic lotteries. Why did we do that? To safeguard the Lotto New Zealand revenue. Again, because that Lotto New Zealand revenue goes to New Zealand community organisations. So all of those things are about making sure that more benefit goes not just to the taxpayer, to the Crown, but also to the community. And finally, I've already mentioned the changes that we made as a select committee to tighten up on harm minimisation, which I think were good. There is provision, as you heard from the Minister, to review the bill. I think those things are really, really important because we want to see what has been the impact of increasing online gambling, if it does increase, to what degree, on Class 4 gambling. How well does the new system work? How well does lotteries manage it in terms of distribution? How are the advertising provisions working? How are the harm minimisation provisions working? All of those things are important to review. That's a good thing. Mr Speaker, I think that notwithstanding the protestations you've heard from the opposition, this bill is a much, much better bill than it started. It regulates a potentially harmful activity, it improves safety, and it provides now for community benefit, and I commend this bill to the House.
This is a 5-minute split call. Orini Kaipara.
E te pika tēnā koe. Today we reached the third and final reading of the online casino gambling bill, a law that will shape the digital gambling landscape of Aotearoa for generations to come. On behalf of Te Pāti Māori and as the member for Tāmaki Makaurau, I rise grounded in the voices of whānau, Māori health providers and community organisations who submitted in unprecedented numbers. There are 61,000 people across Aotearoa currently experiencing harmful gambling, the same as the population of Rotorua. For Te Pāti Māori, our compass is very clear. Mana motuhake, the right of our people to live with dignity and self-determination. Mana orite, equity and fairness in all systems. And mana mokopuna, the protection of our children and future generations. When we test this bill against those values, it fails every single measure. Mana motuhake, protecting the well-being and autonomy of our people. Look, Māori are 3.5 times more likely to experience problem gambling harm. That's not an accident. It's the result of decades of targeted gambling access in our poorest suburbs and communities already carrying the weight of colonisation, poverty and housing insecurity. Hāpai te Hauora, the National Māori Public Health Organisation, told us that online casino gambling is one of the most harmful forms of gambling. Fast-paced, available 24/7, designed to keep people playing until they lose everything. They warned that this bill does not uphold te tiriti o Waitangi, It does not embed Māori governance, and it does not protect Māori data or Māori decision making. Turuki Healthcare and Māori providers across Tāmaki Makaurau echoed those same concerns. Gambling harm is intergenerational, it compounds stress, poverty and whānau breakdown, and without strong protections, this bill will deepen inequalities and inequities for Māori. Mana orite, fairness, equity and community returns. Of the 4,837 submissions, 3,966 raised concerns about the loss of community returns. Class 4 gambling, for all its flaws, at least requires 40% of net proceeds to be returned to communities. But this bill allows offshore operators to extract profits with no obligation to reinvest in Aotearoa. The Select Committee has recommended increasing the gambling duty from 12% to 16%, and yes, I did, and returning 25% of that duty to communities through the Lottery Grants Board. That is a good step, but it is not equity. It is not mana orite, because the truth is offshore companies will profit. Māori communities, in fact, all communities across Aotearoa will pay a heavy price. Mana motuhake, mana mokopuna, protecting our children and future generations. The number of rangatahi aged between 13 and 18 who have engaged in online gambling, Mr. Speaker, has risen to 52%. That is half of all our young people. This bill sets the online casino age at 18 years old, even though you must be 20 to enter a physical casino. That inconsistency exposes rangatahi to one of the most addictive forms of gambling at a younger age on a device they carry in their pocket. Problem gambling is not an individual failure. It is a system failure. And when that system harms our mokopuna, we have a duty to intervene. So what is next? As this bill turns into law, Te Pāti Māori will continue to hold future governments to task to ensure they strengthen this legislation. Māori submitters have been very clear about what is needed. A complete ban on gambling advertising, including influences and images of wealth. A centralised self-exclusion register that's operational before licences are granted, not in 2027, a higher age limit, mandatory community returns, Māori co-governance and stronger harm minimisation tools. These are not just policy settings, Mr. Speaker, they are expressions of our duty to protect our people. E te whare, Māori organisations, health providers and community groups have been unequivocal. They have told us that gambling harm is already devastating whānau, and this bill will, when enacted, will make that harm worse. And they have told us that our mokopuna, our future, deserve better. We oppose this bill.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prior to coming to Parliament, I worked at the front lines with people on the benefit and people experiencing poverty. We served them every day as they came through our doors, often asking for hardship assistance to survive. And during that time, I met many families whose lives had been wrecked by problem gambling. Other speakers have noted around the issues of intergenerational impacts of problem gambling, and I saw those firsthand. Families who had not received help had entered into such high levels of debt that they became homeless, they were about to become homeless, and we're struggling to receive assistance from the agencies that we're required to support them. And during that time, I also experienced what other speakers noted, which was having, as a community organization, to rely from funds from lotteries, to know that your ability to serve the community had to come from funds that were directly gathered from harm that was being created as a result of gambling. And that was a really, really difficult thing to have to juggle coming from the community sector. Online gambling does need regulations, and we simply cannot accept the status quo. But in scrutinizing this bill, we are making a call to vote against it on the merit of the bill itself, not on the whether online gambling should be regulated or otherwise. I think others have spoken about some of the key issues that we have, and I particularly wanted to note how disappointing it is to see that there are no provisions for basically prohibiting advertising. I think this is a huge misstep by the government, and I think particularly because ultimately we know that the companies that make profits out of creating misery and harm in our communities do target people that they know are more likely to be impacted by the harm that gambling, including online casino gambling, causes in our communities. Prohibiting advertisement would be one way to curtail the impact that these companies have on our communities. And I do want to note that the attempts made by my colleague Mike Davidson to protect the funds that go to the communities. And I echo his concerns around the fact that the way that now the bill is written, there are no guarantees that at least 25% of that revenue is directed back into the community. That leaves it open for a future government to basically decrease that and to simply take more of that for basically just revenue gathering for the government. I think this speaks of a conundrum that successive governments had fallen themselves into, of having no reliable and, in my view, ethical ways of resourcing our community sectors, including our community sports sectors who desperately need adequate resourcing, and that a lot of the grants that exist are grants that are basically created out of misery that is caused in our communities. And you cannot, as Mike Davidson outlined, offset that harm through this means. You should not be putting community organizations' ability to survive against harm that is caused in the community. Something that I raised in the committee stage and committee of the whole house stage, and I do think deserves further work for the government to explore, is around the lack of explicit mention of loot boxes in this bill. I think this is something the government should do further work on. Loot boxes for people who participate in video gaming, particularly in computer or mobile gaming. We know that loot boxes is basically a form of online gambling, and it wrecks lives. And it also targets people below the age of 18 particularly. The harm that the loot box system in video games cause to minors and to families cannot be understated. It's an area that has not been adequately regulated, and we know from constituency feedback that it causes real financial harm to families. I tried to put an amendment to add a definition of it so that it would be included in what we considered, online casino gambling, but the minister did not support it. If the minister thinks that this wasn't the place to regulate loot boxes, I highly encourage her to look at further work that should be done in this area. Because I think while we all agree in this house that online gambling causes real harm and destroys lives, what we haven't had cross-party agreement on has been on how to tackle corporates that make profit out of misery. And this is why the Green Party isn't supporting this bill and call on the government to strengthen this piece of legislation.
Tom Rutherford.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I think context in this debate is really important. At present, there is online gambling taking place in New Zealand. And this legislation creates regulation to say enough is enough. We need to bring it into line. We need to have laws in place. We need to make sure we follow proper process, and that also we can provide support to those who are impacted by gambling harm across New Zealand. This is what this bill does. It says we can know who those people are, we can provide them the support they need. But also, and importantly, as a local sports player in many local teams in my community, it has a community return component too, which is a really positive step for sporting and community organisations that receive lotteries grants, now will receive it also from online casino gambling as well. Really positive step forward, Mr. Speaker. It brings it into line into where New Zealand needs to go, and so I commend it to the House.
Ingrid Leary.
The carrot and the government about what's going on is really fascinating, because they're talking about regulating an industry that does cause misery. What they haven't said is that they are regulating it and expanding it at the same time. Listen to the words very closely from the lead minister, who talked about creating a competitive market. Now that's a really insightful term there, a competitive market, because yes, There currently is online gambling, but it's around the margins, and there certainly aren't incentives at the moment for those operators to be competitive against each other in the way that the ACT Party and this particular minister would like them to be. And I think the National Party has fallen asleep at the wheel on this one. The Minister for Mental Health has been missing in action, and the crazy thing about this is that the regime to regulate the online gambling space has occurred. The decision has been made, the cabinet papers show that, and then everyone's scratching their heads and going, and what are we going to do to minimise harm? There was no discussion at the beginning about whether we even wanted this competitive market in our environment, and whether the better opportunity would have been to say, there is online gambling, what are we going to do to minimise it? Rather than what are we going to do to expand it. This is what has happened in reality. And that's what happens when you have a coalition government that is the tail wagging the dog with the main party asleep at the wheel, the Minister for Mental Health, who likes to say that he's the First Minister and he's all about creating wellbeing for New Zealanders, who is allowing our young people to be at the behest of predatory international gambling organisations who now have full licence, 15 of them potentially, to operate in New Zealand. That is what is going on with this bill, and that is why we oppose it. And I too would like to thank the 4,837 different people and organisations who submitted to the Select Committee. I didn't get to sit there and listen, but I certainly did read many of the submissions, and I was here for the committee and the whole House. And that was a fascinating process, because on the one hand, we have the reality that this bill is going to allow young people with their devices carried around with them 24/7 to be exposed to a new competitive advertising marketing regime on online gambling in their homes and away from harm's way. And then we have a minister who did not seem to understand the difference between consumer protection and harm minimisation. And I asked her very carefully in the committee stage of the House about whether she thought the harm minimisation element of this bill was strong enough. She gave answers that related to consumer protection. Now, consumer protection is things like making sure that you're not ripped off, being able to put yourself onto a register if you think you might be in harm's way. But harm minimisation includes being able to protect young people or those who are already at harm from further harm. It means a positive duty of care on organisations that get licences to make sure they are not causing harm. Those provisions are not in there, and in fact we've heard already that advertising and marketing, a critical part of this regime, has been relegated to secondary legislation. We don't even know what that will look like. That means it will be subject to regulatory capture, because there is every incentive for those big international organisations to want to make sure that the regime is as narrow as possible. It is very difficult to tighten regulatory regimes on advertising in this kind of space once they have been set. So how can we have a transparent conversation when we do not even know what those provisions look like? Mr. Speaker, it feels to me really like this is an ACT agenda, and I'm so sad that the National Party didn't step up around the mental health side of this. We had a decision that was taken as a fait accompli. We had cabinet papers that showed officials trying to grapple with harm minimisation and the levy for harm minimisation in the health space, acknowledging explicitly in those papers that a decision had already been taken to create this regime. That is silly, it's flawed, it's the right hand and the left hand not really being coordinated, and it shows that this has been led by an agenda outside of health. Now, when we think about gambling, what is gambling designed to do? It is designed to get people involved in a way that they will spend more money. Why is it that in this House we can have very specific debates around details and minutiae about particular alcohol laws over Easter, and yet we do not have a conscience vote and we do not have a health approach on something that is going to open a tsunami of problem gambling and exposure to problem gambling for our young people? We have a mental health crisis Our youth have been recognised across the board, including by the Mental Health Commission, including by the Mental Health Minister, as experiencing a crisis, as the front line of what is happening, particularly in the online space. We are having a debate about whether we should be changing the age rules for social media. And on the other side of this, we are saying, let's expand a competitive market for online gambling that our young people will be exposed to 24 hours a day. How on earth does that make sense? It is unintelligent and it is a horse before the cart. Why were the public not able to have a discussion first about whether we even want this sector here? And if the reality is that we have it here, then what are we going to do to make sure we minimise the harm? That should be the first principle. It should not be about a tax grab. And it is not our young people's fault that this government could not make their fiscals work and looked around desperately to try and find where they could get some revenue from and thought, oh yeah, gambling, that's a good one. Never mind the harm. Let's get through this quickly. Let's allow our mental health minister to go silent. Let's put it in internal affairs and take the wrong approach and put not only this generation but future generations at risk. Unacceptable. I know this, Mr. Speaker. I've seen the documents. I have seen the sequencing that things happened in, and I have heard with my own unbelieving ears the minister's response to my questions on harm minimisation, which showed she did not understand what that meant. Let's think about what some of the provisions do. So the advertising is being put into secondary regulation. There is risk of regulatory capture there. There is no duty of care anywhere in the bill to try and find some way of capturing the harm that could be happening to young people who are skipping across multiple sites. It is all predicated on assumption that somebody will go onto a site and if alarm bells ring because they've been on there for a long time, that there'll be some kind of red flag. But gamblers don't do that. They go across sites. The minister was given that evidence in this House and asked the questions. She refused to do anything about that. The minister was given the evidence about loop boxes. She was given the evidence about loyalty, awards, around spins, around the very close link with gamification. These are all massive loopholes in this law because the definition section is not at pace with the reality that is occurring for our young people. And Ricardo Mendes March, myself and others tried to alert her and say, Minister, if you are really intent on ramming this through the House, at least put some real protections in for our young people. But no, none of that has been addressed. So the harm will continue for those people, and that's unacceptable. I recently met with Dr. Kelly Feng, who many people in this House know from Asian Family Services. They are, in some ways, the last cab off the rank to get mental health funding. And it is not because they don't do an outstanding job, they do. The problem is because they do not know what they do not know about their community. They cannot measure what is not coming through the medicalised door when it comes to gambling harm. So anecdotally, there is a huge amount of evidence and a picture of young Asian New Zealanders in particular with gambling problems. But because they do not go through doctors' doors or access and choice programs, they are not counted. What is going to happen to that community, and how are people like Dr. Kelly Feng, who is so committed to serving them, going to be able to provide the tools to be able to clean up the mess and the harm that this government is proliferating through this unconscionable, immoral and ill-thought-through bill that they are doing just for a tax grab? I implore the National Party to find your chops and think about the mental health aspects. Get your minister to do some advocacy because he has been completely missing in action, and join us in voting against this bill instead of throwing our young people out under the bus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listening to that speech actually shows that that member was not present during the Select Committee process, and people listening to this debate will be under the impression, mistakenly, that online gambling doesn't currently exist and that the harm isn't actually happening. The statistics that was quoted by members, some members opposite, who actually talked about the harm that is already here and it is actually affecting our communities, is correct. And this government, the previous Labour government, didn't do anything for 6 years about this. It has been around for a while. It didn't just all of a sudden appear. And we're not introducing the harm. It already exists in our communities. It exists. This bill actually minimizes that. What we're trying to do is actually regulate, because otherwise it is out there already. We're not collecting taxes from those businesses. We don't even know if they're doing any harm minimization work. They're actually happening. So this bill regulates, try and provide harm minimization work and actually deliver to the communities who can actually benefit from the profits. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The next caller to speak, Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker, and as I rise and have been listening throughout this debate, as many people have said, and the previous speaker, we're talking about harm here. We're talking about individuals, we're talking about families, we're talking about communities, and I don't know experiences that members in this chamber have had when it's come to gambling hurt and harm, but I know in my own family, I have a family member who unbeknownst to many of us, ended up within their own home in an online gambling addiction, which caused great harm. In fact, a relationship breakdown because of the addiction and because of the allure and because of the in the shadows that online gambling creates. Also have one of my foster boys who got into the pokies a long time ago, and as much as that is harmful, and it is, and it was visible, and it could be visually regulated in terms of he was actually banned from, he was on the register, and so he would go to the pokies and his photo was there and he wasn't able to enter them. But sadly, again, because of challenges, he found the world of online casino gambling, and that addiction has continued. We've done work and hopefully there's a way through it, but it is a challenge. So yes, emotions are high. Yes, people are passionate. Yes, we must do something about this. But again, it's not just words in this chamber. It's not just words on the bill, which will become an act. It's actually about the lives of young people, the lives of old people, the lives of all cultures where it happens. So let us pause and remember that, Mr. Speaker. Now, as a Labour Party, yes, we are going to oppose this, and I want to thank our lead on this, my colleague Lamonga Sorsini, who has led us well in terms of not only the select committee process, but talking us as a caucus through why we should be standing up and saying no. And yes, all the way through it's been, we must be doing something. We must be doing something. We must be find a way through. But in many ways, there have been moments as this bill has traversed the House where it has seemed rushed at times. And there were changes that were made at the Committee of the Whole House that were made quite quickly. And I'm not sure, because of those changes, if we can, that potentially we should slow things down and maybe take it back to Select Committee to unpack it a bit more. Because, yes, we must change it, but what is the point of changing it if we don't get it right? If we come back into this House in a year or two and have to play around with it yet again because we haven't got the settings right, and it actually isn't helping people and isn't helping the harm. We support regulation. We've begun regulation on this, and we must keep leaning in and figuring it out, Mr. Speaker. Now, we've had conversations as well, and I heard a previous government member speak about the fact of, helping communities, putting money back into communities. But the question is, at what cost do we do that? Community returns, yeah, they maybe potentially can come from the dividends from online gambling, but is it that worth it when harm is done within communities, within families, and I look at the submission from the Salvation Army that they ran the Oasis program for problem gamblers. I think it was from the mid-90s till about 5 or 10 years ago, when the funding dried up for them and they weren't able to provide that service, a service that was so necessary, because this is one of those addictions, one of those issues, like many, but that crosses whether you're well-to-do, whether you're rich, whether you're poor, whether you're working class. It crosses through everything. And the question for me is sustainable well-being in terms of getting a bit more cash into the community. Is it worth it when we cannot be building and dealing with problem gambling issues? Mr. Speaker, we need to find good policy. We need to find a way through. This is not it. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot in good faith support this bill. We oppose this bill. We suggest potentially, why not take it back to the Select Committee? Why not pull it apart again so we can get it right and ensure that people, that communities, that families who are struggling with online gambling will get the help and support that they need.
Dr. Hamish Campbell.
It's a great honour to rise in support of the online gambling bill in this third reading. Online gambling is in New Zealand. It is widely accessible on many devices, and currently it is unregulated. It is surprising that the other side don't actually want to support this bill. They talk about the harm. They did nothing for 6 years about dealing with the harm of online gambling. This is making sure that it's a level playing field, that some of that money is going to go towards our community. Pity they weren't so loud and getting up and talking during the last Parliament to actually do something, but it's actually making sure that money can go towards our community organisations. We can help minimise the harm. Therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know, it doesn't matter what side of this debate we're on, we all know in this House that the harm from gambling is hideous. We've heard today from people that have had first-hand experience. We've heard from people that maybe have had second-hand experience. But most of us can make a connection to someone or people that have had harm from gambling. And it's not really recognised alongside the other addictions that we hear about. And my colleague Ingrid Leary kind of talked about that in the way that we even vote upon that in this House. If we have a vote in this House, a bill that's around alcohol, that usually goes as a conscience vote. But here we're talking about a just as horrific addiction in the form of gambling, and we're not taking that same approach. And it's the same for our support people who help the people who suffer from addictions in society and in the community. They don't get the same support that other people do, that other groups do. They don't have the same sort of revenue that comes into them. In fact, my colleague talked about Oasis and the good work that Salvation Army did through their Oasis program. I think it was 31 years they were delivering support for gambling harm. In fact, in 2024, their revenue dried up. So it wasn't 10 years ago, it was only 2 years ago that their revenue dried up. So we lost a great organisation that supported people. Now, I've seen families drawn and pulled apart because of gambling. I've seen mums that are trying desperately and living in poverty and trying desperately to provide by their family that got hooked into the gambling mode. And I've seen them ripped apart from their families because of what gambling has done to them. It is absolutely hideous. And you know what? I've heard from the other side, Mr. Speaker, that they're saying that Labor wants to do nothing here, and that is not the case. We want to see regulation, but not regulation that potentially makes it more permissive. And that's exactly what this bill does. It has the potential to make online gambling more permissive. Now, nobody is saying, as I've heard from the other side today, no one is saying that online gambling doesn't exist already. It is getting bigger and bigger all the time.
But this bill has the potential for it to become even greater and more permissive. And I want to spend my contribution here walking through how that is the case. Because I fear that there is not a lot of understanding around what the potential hazards are in this bill from the debate that I have heard here today. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the fact that we have no understanding from this bill what the harm minimisation will be, because we're concerned that it leaves most of that harm minimisation to the Minister and through regulations. Now, if we're talking about land-based gambling, and that's, I'm going to talk about Class 4, and that's the pokies with the land-based gambling, there are responsibilities on the host who hosts those machines. They are not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but those responsibilities do exist. That is things like ensuring that they're checking in on the gambler after a certain amount of time. That is ensuring that we haven't got one person that's stuck at a machine for hours and hours on end. That is ensuring that there is the right supports there, going and having a conversation, that there's not an ATM right beside where the gambling is happening. Those host responsibilities, this is about exclusion as well. So the host has to exclude after a certain amount of time. Those host responsibilities happen for a reason, to ensure that our people are kept as safe as they possibly can. Now, how can you possibly do host responsibilities with online gambling? And that's a question when I was Minister of Internal Affairs that I asked myself over and over again, because we didn't have the technology to do that back in 2021. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? We have the technology and it's working in jurisdictions over across the world now. That technology exists through AI to have host responsibilities that would exclude gamblers right from the word go. And the Minister knows about this, but the Minister has refused to put this into the bill. So we open up advertising and we don't have that technology that can exclude people that are over and over and repetitive gambling right at the start, but the advertising's there, luring them in all the time. That has the potential to be more permissive than what we've ever seen in the online space before. So I say to the other side, be careful of the unintended consequences that you are putting in place today, because that is why we are taking a stance to stand against this bill. Also, I want to talk about the number of licences, and we've heard that here. I do believe in a licensing regime. But 15 licences for our population makes us as permissive as the UK, which is the most permissive gambling jurisdiction in the world. That's what we're doing today. We're making it more permissive than ever. And we don't have the moral obligation with it going to auction, and I don't disagree about how it's being done, but I'm saying with it going to auction and being on the open market, there is a potential that we won't have people from our local country or organisations from our local country being able to win at that auction. And therefore, that means no company that is involved in this could have the moral obligation back to our country. Let's take one example of that. Sky City are a provider of online who are offshore currently. They have their online site offshore because they can't legally run it in New Zealand. They potentially might not be successful in that online auction. Yet they have a moral obligation because they are a big company back to this country. And yet we might not have them or any other New Zealand company involved in winning any of those online auctions. We could have companies that don't give a damn about the moral fibre of this country winning at that auction. That's what this bill does. And that's the problem that we see with it. I want to see an online regime here. I want to see something that's going to keep New Zealanders safe. But this bill has the potential to do exactly the opposite. And to me, I can't morally vote for it because I have seen that damage. I have been, when I was once as minister up in Whangarei, I walked through a library and the library people were telling me about all of the wonderful free internet that they were providing with their computers. Every single one of those computers, all 15 of them, were on an online gambling site. I want to see protections, but this bill has the potential to go in the absolute opposite direction. It pains me that we don't have something on the table here today that is going to keep New Zealanders safe. That is what you are voting on today. You are voting, or the other side is voting on a bill that has the potential to do the exact opposite of what has been said. And I am never going to be in a place where I am going to put New Zealanders and the people that I see that are unsafe in this area at harm anymore. But I am willing to work on a solution. And I am willing to sit down and come to something that is cross-party in this area, because I think we owe it to New Zealanders. I also think we owe to New Zealanders to have a broader discussion on the community funding. While I agree with what has happened, overall my heart says we need to look at how we can decouple that community funding and look at other ways, because it is completely immoral that we are propping up our brilliant community organisations on the back of such harm. We need to have that serious discussion, and I hope that we can be adult enough to have that in the next short while. Mr. Speaker, it pains me, but I cannot support this bill.
Dr. Carlos Chong.
I'm personally against gambling. I was taught that avoiding gambling, drugs, alcohol and smoking is a path to a stable life in New Zealand. In my ideal world, we should ban any form of gambling. But we need to be realistic. Online gambling does exist. Online platforms now making global gambling accessible at any moment, exposing more people to harm. This bill will not stop people from online gambling. However, it does take necessary steps by closing those loopholes and bringing greater oversight to online gambling. Therefore, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Ayes have it.
A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kauma whā ngā poti whakahe.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E rima ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68 and noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Online Casino Gambling Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Building and construction sector.
Point of order.
I might be mistaken, but I was pretty sure the Greens voted 14 votes, which would make it not 55 votes, would make it...
I just read out.
Mr. Chair, I did say te kaua mā whā, 14.
I heard 14. Yeah. Okay.
It's a 54, not 55?
Let's have a look.
Oh, you're on to
Just
it,
have a look at the
Dan.
maths. Somebody wrote learn the times table in the
I haven't got
documents.
that
10
many
points to
fingers
you.
and toes.
Okay, the ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is still agreed to. Fast maths over there. Congratulations.
Building and Construction Sector Self-Certification by Plumbers and Drain Layers Amendment Bill, second reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek leave to present a legislative statement on the building and construction sector, self-certification by plumbers and drain layers amendment bill.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? There appears to be none. Leave is given.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Apologies. That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Speaker, I move that the building and construction self-certification by plumbers and drain layers amendment bill be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, and including in particular its chair, Mr. Andy Foster, for their careful deliberation on the bill. I'd also like to thank everyone who submitted it on the bill at Select Committee. The submissions resulted in a number of changes that will improve the workability of the bill and, as I shall go on to explain later, regulations that we'll make to give effect to the scheme. Sir, it's usual in the second reading, almost as a courtesy, to mention the work of the Select Committee and duly acknowledge the work that's been done. But actually in this case particularly, I do want to make a point of saying that substantive changes to the bill and the regime more generally have actually resulted from really good, thorough, robust discussion, appropriately reflecting the tension, and I use that phrase not in an ugly sense, of course, between the Select Committee, that which the Minister on behalf of the Government had put forward, industry, and including and especially through the work of master plumbers, etc. So I think we've ended up with a much better result than that which I would have proposed to Parliament. So I do want to really clearly set out for the record that I'm grateful for the members who contributed to that. We all know, Mr. Speaker, that the building consent system is somewhat slow and inefficient. It can delay and cause increased costs to build in this country. Inefficiencies are caused by the understandably risk-averse behaviour and limited capacity of building consent authorities, almost invariably councils. A couple of former mayors of Wellington would no doubt have some sympathy for that view, including particularly the fact that they have the unfunded mandate in local government speak for the work that we ask them to do in this space. The system also, though, discourages professionals from taking responsibility for their own work, which is another cause of inefficient behaviour. This bill introduces an opt-in scheme allowing approved plumbers and drain layers to self-certify that their work complies with the building consent without the need for an inspection by a building consent authority. So I'm just going to say BCA from now on for that. This will save time and money for practitioners, BCAs and building owners. It will allow plumbers and drain layers to get on with the job and be trusted to do it right. This bill is about choice, Mr. Speaker. Individuals and businesses will be able to decide if they want to use this pathway to save time and money. They can also, on the other hand, decide to continue to have the building consent authorities inspect their work if they wish. The scheme enables approved professionals to take responsibility for their work while maintaining consumer confidence that the work will be consistent with the consent and building code requirements. It also helps BCAs to use their resources more efficiently by enabling them to focus on other higher risk work that deserves their attention. There are a number of safeguards in the bill to ensure that the work is carried out by appropriately qualified plumbers and drain layers. First, BCAs will still be assessing the overall building design, including the design of plumbing and drain laying, to ensure that it meets the building code. The Plumbers, Gas Fitters and Drain Layers Board will be able to set minimum standards so that only competent practitioners who can cover their civil liabilities will be able to self-certify. These standards must cover technical competency, experience, ability to meet potential civil liability and business and administrative practices. In practice, this means that plumbers and drain layers will still need to go through robust checks before being part of that scheme, so building owners and consumers can be confident that the work will be done right. And actually, in the event that push comes to shove, so to speak, there would be appropriate recourse redress. The scope of self-certifiable work will be limited to the definition set in regulations. Again, I'll touch more on that shortly, but I do want to assure you that it's something that I'm focused on getting right, again with due acknowledgement of the work that's been done by the Select Committee, submitters and so on to ensure that we get to that place. Self-certifiers will issue certificates of compliance, which must be accepted by BCAs as evidence that the work complies with the building consent. Territorial authorities must keep the certificates issued by self-certifiers and make them available to the public. In practice, this will mean that the public can view the certificates as part of a property file. Information from the certificates will also be held on a searchable public register, supporting transparency for the board, future owners and other interested parties such as insurers and maybe lenders. The board will also be able to audit self-certifiers and the certificates of compliance they issue, with appropriate powers to discipline self-certifiers where things go wrong. These powers are important to give the board the tools for proper oversight and are a key feature of a self-certification scheme. If an audit finds that something is not right, then the board will be able to fine the self-certifier or cancel or suspend their endorsement to self-certify, among other possible disciplinary actions. Finally, there are also broader consumer protections available in the Building Act, including implied warranties and defect remediation periods. I have also announced the move to proportionate liability, which will have appropriate supporting structures in place to support that shift. More on that on another day. Moving now to changes recommended by the committee to improve the bill, I will point out that they made recommendations that will improve the workability, again with some further discussions about what the regulations flowing from the Act will need to cover. Because these changes can be found in the report, I don't intend to go through every recommendation today. Others might obviously wish to do so. I will instead focus on the key changes, and I will briefly summarise them now. First, the Select Committee recommended expanding the professions who can declare that the work is self-certifiable as part of an application for building consent to also include registered architects, chartered professional engineers and design class licensed building practitioners, or LBPs. This will allow BCAs to be satisfied that proposed work is self-certifiable before they grant a building consent, regardless of whether plumbers or drain layers have been engaged at the time the consent is lodged. This is a sensible change that will make the process of applying for a consent that includes self-certified work more aligned with how plumbers and drain layers work in practice. Next, I appreciate the Select Committee's recommendation that the bill explicitly state a building consent may include both self-certified and non-self-certified plumbing and drain laying work. This recommendation clarifies that self-certifiable work can be done by a self-certifier, while any remaining plumbing or drain laying work that is not self-certifiable will still be subject to oversight from the BCA. This will allow self-certification to apply to more building consents while managing the risks associated with higher work. Again, seeking to strike a balanced and proportionate approach. I shift now to the powers of the board to provide oversight of the scheme. I appreciate the Select Committee's recommendation to ensure the board has appropriate powers to audit self-certifiers. Auditing provides the opportunity to assess whether the self-certifier continues to meet the minimum standards for eligibility to the scheme between the 3-yearly renewal process period for endorsements. The committee's recommendation will ensure that the board has these powers and can fund these audits through appropriate cost recovery mechanisms. It will also ensure that the board can check whether a self-certified plumber or drain layer is self-certifying in accordance with the expected standard. The committee also recommended that the board report on its audit activity through an annual report. This means that the number and outcome of practitioner audits and audits of certificates of compliance are transparent. This in turn will support consumer confidence in the scheme and provide valuable insights into the performance of self-certifiers. Nearly done. The Select Committee also considered the scope of work that can be self-certified under the scheme. It is important to balance the need for the scheme to be attractive to both plumbers and drain layers as well as consumers, while mitigating the consequence if things were to go wrong. I'm confident that between the committee's recommendations in the bill and the regulations that we're proposing, that we'll end up getting that balance right. And I'll just briefly now, in my final remaining moments, Sir, to take the opportunity to talk about those proposed regulations. Having listened to those concerns and being mindful of the fact that we need not only a system that's balanced and proportionate and therefore has appropriate nuance about where we draw the line, we also need to make sure that it's workable in the sense that people know what their roles and responsibilities and obligations are. So a scheme that is sufficiently clear and simple and will not be the subject of confusion has been a prime aim of what we've sought to achieve in terms of where we draw those lines. I would point out that for a significant number of consents in the rural communities, many of which use on-site systems and can face particular challenges in getting inspectors on site, that they wish to be eligible to take advantage of the benefits of the scheme. Similarly, the proposed definitions will allow consents that use sustainable systems, such as solar water heaters, to be within the scope of the scheme. The effectiveness of the scheme overall depends on ensuring that the regulations are well designed, something that the Select Committee quite rightly highlighted in their commentary. I'm confident that we will do this with thanks again to those officials from MB who have been working with the board, the industry groups including master plumbers, building consent authorities and insurance providers to make sure that the scheme is attractive to practitioners, encourages strong uptake and still appropriately manages the risks associated with self-certification. On that note, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Good on that Minister and good on the hard-working Select Committee ably chaired by Andy Foster for taking on the concerns that have come up from submitters and from the industry on this bill, because this is not a technical bill. This is a bill that really impacts on ordinary people's lives. Just this morning, 8 o'clock, I received an email from Jenny. It's full of exclamation marks. It's titled Plumbers. She says, who keeps guarantees for 25 years? Who honours it? Make them. She also says, is there a law that forbids companies from producing taps without spare parts available? So frustrating. Jenny, you're right. These are the kinds of emails that we receive every day. And Minister, I can see that you receive them too. And that this is one of those bills where it has been hard to turn around a big ship in MB that is resistant to the kind of change that people, New Zealanders, these consumers, people like Jenny, are desperately calling for. But that is what we are trying to do here. We are trying to make it more affordable for ordinary and low-risk plumbing to be done in residential homes in low-risk situations. I think we've made good progress here, but there is more we could do. The Select Committee wasn't able to produce some amendments that have been called for by submitters, and I'm going to use my speech not to talk about what we did arrive at, because that was good work, and I hope the Chair will talk about that, but about the things that are missing from what submitters hoped that we would be able to make some progress on. Our support for this remains cautious and not unconditional. My third reading speech will be about the big issues in this, which are about who carries the risk and that liability, because underlying all of this is the need that consumers and homeowners should not bear all of the risk. It should be spread between central and local government and between the practitioners, and that should be fair, because Jenny at the end of the day shouldn't be the one who is left picking up the pieces if things go wrong. But in this speech, Mr Chair, Mr Speaker, let me tell you about the things that I hope we can continue to push out on that are not within the current confines of this bill. Things have been excluded from a regime which is designed to speed up simple work because the official advice has been that those things are not simple. I think that's wrong. That's my opinion. I'm not a plumber, but neither are the people who will, mostly be paying for this work, and neither are the people who want to see this work becoming more affordable. So the first of these is around the pump systems, pump water supply and irrigation circulation systems. These are really common in some areas like the Kapiti Coast. They're also really common in rural areas and regional areas. They've been excluded from what is considered to be simple work. So that means that a huge number of houses in large swathes of the country will also be excluded from this regime. That doesn't seem fair to me. It also, I was able to go out with a couple of plumbers and to see these systems. These are systems which can be bought from a hardware store at a price which most consumers could afford to do themselves and often do, but these are being excluded from what plumbers can do because they are not seen as simple by the officials. That doesn't seem sensible to me. We've created an incentive in the marketplace here for me and Cameron to do our own because that will be cheap and is in fact legal, but we've also excluded the ability of qualified plumbers to self-certify on that work. Why is that, Mr Speaker? From the layperson's perspective, that makes no sense, and we weren't able to hear from officials about why they would also continue to support a regime like that. There was also a call for solar hot water to be included in this. That heat pump systems and other modern installations are something that plumbers do all the time in New Zealand's context. These are good things. We should be encouraging them. We should have a regime where it is simple and affordable to be able to install these systems quickly. They are not more risky than other hot water systems. Hot water systems all carry a risk, and they are a serious risk that we should not take lightly. The risk is that they explode. But there is no greater risk from hot water systems which are not solar, and those are systems which are included in this regime. The argument here is that the ordinary person on the street who is choosing between these systems will get a quicker route if they do not elect the solar route. And that's not based on risk, it's simply based on what has been included in a table from officials. That seems like the wrong call to me, Mr. Speaker. Grey water reuse systems have also been excluded. This is something which myself and Celia Wade-Brown took up with officials quite in depth, because this is something which also is important to systems which are more environmentally friendly and which consumers should have a choice to use should they want to use their grey water in a way which is going to be not only better for their property and that they're reusing grey water, but they're also saving grey water from flowing out into already overloaded systems. This is an important thing that we should be removing any of the barriers from to enable better, more energy efficient systems of building. This is something that doesn't make sense to exclude from the simple works. The idea here is perhaps there was a health risk. To quote master plumbers on this, there's no toilet waste involved. Risk of cross connection is very low when installed by a licensed plumber. We trust plumbers to get these sorts of things right. These are the things that they deal with every day, and the risk here is not greater than anything else we're allowing them to self-certify on now. Retention and detention systems is in the same category as this, Mr. Speaker. The plumber I talked to told me pump systems are needed for the majority of rural properties. If he's going to be out doing rural properties, he wants to be able to self-certify them. The retention and detention systems which he does every day have been excluded by this government, probably because, the majority of people who work on these systems and the policy aren't dealing with those systems all the time. That's not the systems that most people in Wellington would be familiar with in their usual everyday life. But this is something that plumbers who work in rural areas deal with all the time, and we can certainly find ways of speeding up property connections for rural people at the same time as we do this. Mr. Speaker, I also want to bring the House's attention to the views of master plumbers around the duplicating existing controls rather than targeting the real risk. The idea here is that within a system like the Granny Flats enabling system, which is about very small dwellings, all of that work is certified. So everything that I've just said, which most of you would have thought, oh yeah, that seems sensible, let the plumbers do that, that is allowed if your building is under 70 square feet, that is perfectly fine. If your building is 75 square feet, it's not. So the idea here is that we should be making, meters. 75 square metres. It's important to understand here that these are duplicating rules and making it quite hard for the actual plumbers who are doing the work to make sure that they are complying with these rules. And so, the absurdity of also having different rules for a solar install on a small property versus one that's slightly larger than that becomes very clear in that context. Mr. Speaker, if we can tidy these things up, if we can make sure that the plumbers actually doing this work are enabled to continue this, then this will be a workable system. We still have to figure out as a country who bears the risk of this well, and currently the arrangements for this bill really rely on sorting out proportional liability at the other end. We need central and local government to take their fair share of the risk on. Currently that's not what's going to happen, and so we need to make sure that we also do that work around who carries the guarantees, who carries the insurance. But this is something that we support because it brings down the costs for ordinary people to get this work done at the top end, and then we have to also sort out the back end of what happens when things go wrong.
Celia Wade-Brown.
Thank you. And I would like to start by saying, first of all, the Green Party really supports plumbers and tradies and the essential work that's done for domestic comfort, for safety, and for all of the work that they do. I think there's about 28,000 plumbers registered in this country or thereabouts. So thank goodness for them, especially with the extraordinary rainfall that we've been having that has actually exposed a number of issues in past plumbing. I would also like to say thank you to the Chair for Transport and Infrastructure and my colleagues with slightly different views and experiences. We were certainly enabled to raise issues, have our say, and ask plenty of questions of both the submitters and the officials. there is a connected bill, and it would be really tidy if they could have come in together perhaps, about occupational licensing that we do support, and a number of the submissions actually made points both about occupational licensing and about increasing the self-certification. We would in some ways have liked to have dealt with those together. And this bill is a tricky one because you're weighing up the balance of risk, who takes that risk, and potentially making something cheaper and easier and quicker. And I think that people deciding to vote one way or the other can be somewhat of a line call on this. And I agree with my colleague Arena that there could be some further improvements. I just want to go to quote a couple of things here. I'd like to quote one of the submitters, the Christchurch City Council. And they say in their submission, the self-certification of plumbers and drain layers is more concerning. And the council, point 5, the council is concerned that most plumbers and drain layers are not consistently reliable enough to self-certify their work with no third-party overview. The council observed substantial non-compliant work carried out or supervised by licensed building practitioners after the Canterbury earthquake sequence, where there was no third-party overview by persons with no financial involvement, such as a council. I think it's very useful to take what Christchurch City Council have said. This is not a personal opinion. This is an opinion of a large council, and not Wellington, because I thought that would be a bit too close to the bone, to actually reflect that they're not, at least at that stage, fully convinced. There remain some very big questions about what insurance products will be available. The self-certification of electricians and gas fitters is relatively straightforward because the problems are found straight away or could be tested straight away. Plumbing problems don't necessarily arise for years. You might end up with a very dry year, in which case the earth cracks, or you might, like we have just now, end up with huge rainfall and scouring and burst pipes and so on that may not have been designed for. I also would like to echo my colleague Irena Williams' issues about some of the greener solutions to plumbing, and it's detention tanks are also used in urban areas, particularly if you've got some steep land and perhaps you don't have an existing or sufficient stormwater connection. They are complex, but they are also sometimes better than a pump system. They would not be included in this work. However much experience, you might have somebody quite specialised in doing that work. So, maybe there should be some way that they were able to be self-certified for that. The other area is, of course, the reuse of grey water. We're fortunate, and it was installed by plumbers. We have a system that irrigates our orchard from the washing machine, the washing up, things like that, and it works very well. If somebody routinely installs things like natural flow, should they not be able to self-certify for this? But I think the big question remains about what insurance product is available and for how long they should cover it. Supposing a plumber does some work in the last years of their working life, then they stop, maybe it's a sole trader, they stop working. Who's actually going to look after that afterwards? So that they're not going to keep paying in from their KiwiSaver into the insurance scheme. I don't think that has been fully answered yet. I do agree that there have been some improvements, particularly the fact that you could combine self-certified and non-self-certified in the same consent. can both be covered. That sort of mitigates the issue of more sustainable solutions that are still called alternative solutions because systems haven't quite caught up with more natural systems. But I don't think it's quite right yet. Couple of other points. The costs of auditing. I mean, I think we really heard both from the master plumbers and then from the board. And of course, the board is a different kettle of fish from the master plumbers. But we heard from the board that, you know, auditing was really important. And I think there is still a question in my mind about whether the cost of auditing would only be borne by the opt-in plumbers, in which case it might be quite high and might discourage them, or would it be borne across the whole plumbing fraternity? I do say fraternity because out of those 28,000, I think there's less than 20 registered female plumbers, which is a bit of a surprise. I think we've got a little... We also don't know quite what's going to come up in the regulations, and I understand that, and that regulations have to adapt to new mechanisms. We're certainly looking at home at whether we do electric water heating for a batch or whether we do the solar water heating. Would that be a change? Would we be deciding one way or the other depending on whether it was cheaper with a self-certified plumber? I don't know how much difference that would make, but we would probably be more concerned about the absolute safety of the system than the cost, but that's our situation. Finally, it would be really remiss of me in talking about how the Greens support plumbers, not to mention, for Hansard's sake, that wonderful Green plumber, Hannah Spencer, who is now Member of Parliament for Gorton and Denton. And so the Greens support the plumbers, and at least some plumbers really support the Green Party. Kia ora.
Yeah.
Luxon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill for a quick speech before we charge off for the afternoon. But this, Mr. Speaker, is a practical, common sense piece of legislation. It does something that doesn't normally happen enough in this country, and it's trust people who are actually doing the work to get on and do it. And I'm proud that this government, and by the sounds of it, this House, is moving to trust more people actually on the ground getting the mahi done. Because at the end of the day, when something goes wrong, New Zealanders don't want to call bureaucracy. They want to call someone who gets their hands dirty, gets in there and does the job. These are people who we should be trusting. Before I turn to the substance of the bill, Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that there's been some issues raised in this debate so far about where liability lands and how we can actually make real changes to a scheme to trust people when currently you have to go through a hoop set by legislation that requires building consent authorities to oversee and then carry that liability. It's a big hurdle, Mr. Speaker, for us to fix a system without identifying where the liability lands, where that funding, that underwriting actually comes from, and then giving New Zealanders real choices. If we're going to continue to have councils holding that burden, whilst also needing to fund other ways of, with professional indemnity insurance and other things, it's going to make that decision more difficult. It just shows, though, Mr. Speaker, how slow, cumbersome, bloody annoying it is when you're on site to be delayed and delayed and delayed because councils can't get their A into G and actually get there and sign something off. That's why we've got a call for self-certification for trusted building professionals, just like plumbers, drain layers and gas fitters. What we need to be able to do is say that delay is what's causing the cost. It's not the underwriting that's causing the cost. And the very fact that we're trying to get around that cost delay by even having something that may not provide that economic decision as it appears on the surface just shows how much these delays are costing New Zealanders, homeowners, our economy, our infrastructure. New Zealand across the board cannot go on charging into the into this century without making sure that we get some of this bureaucracy taken out. The Select Committee, Mr Speaker, I was not a member on at this particular juncture, but I appreciate the work they've done, and the contributions so far have been very good for the House to hear, I think. I was particularly impressed at the opposition members wanting to seem to go further. And this is something I can completely get behind: reticulated schemes, bringing on hot water, having grey water storage. This is fantastic news to hear from the opposition. I'm looking forward to working hard on producing policies for this election that you can get in behind and support. So that'll be great fun, because what we need to be doing is making sure that this is not a matter of risk and no risk. It's a matter of risk and professionalism. If you've got a plumber or drain layer, we can trust to a large extent that they know what they're connecting when they're connecting pipes up. They're made at different sizes for one, they're different colours. You can see these things, and if you're a professional who's with us every day, you should be able to identify that. But there are risks of grey, black and stormwater connections being made. It's acknowledged by everyone involved, but this is a very low risk when you've got professional plumbers and drain layers. What isn't required to be constantly overseen is things that are in the realm of professional, just doing the work well, like water hammers. We don't need inspectors coming out on site and making sure that the person that's run the pipes is made sure that there's not a water hammer effect. It is not a critical thing in a building. Mr Speaker, a water hammer is when you turn off the pipe, turn off the tap, and the pipe shutter and smack into something. Smack into something and make a big noise in the house. It's bloody annoying. But that's not a critical failure in a building. That's just someone who's not a professional doing their job right. And we don't need to be getting stuck into the nitty gritty of people who genuinely, after doing trades, getting registered, doing the professional development, know what they're doing and can keep an eye on that. We don't need a council inspector coming out checking on that. I think the expansions that the Select Committee has made to identify the issues at the design stage and say that registered architects, LBP designs, chartered engineers need to be able to be brought into this scheme, so that at the design phase these can be identified as parts of a building that can be self-certified, so we can actually trust the building professionals, the tradies on the ground, who deal with the real-world situations, but actually they need to be identified up front by the partners in the building industry, for the people who are out there getting their hands dirty, who don't always get the respect, the acknowledgement that they deserve, and that is the people who are designing our buildings. They need to be able to get it right so that the people on the ground can get it right. There is a whole ecosystem here, and I think that, Mr Speaker, goes to show the amount of stages we have to jump through to be able to get stuff built in New Zealand. And again, this is a great piece of legislation to try and make sure that the real impact on New Zealand is a more affordable, more responsive, more trusted scheme that says to New Zealanders, says to tradies out there, you are building professionals. We know that you have been trained to do this. We trust you as we would another building professional, and we're here to enable you and get the hell out of the way. So thank you, Mr Speaker.
This debate is interrupted and is set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. today.